EQ, that's the key one for me, because whoever wins out that head-to-head, that's going to decide the rest of the game, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this. There's a lot of storylines. Obviously, you kind of touched on there. We got ex-teammates in Giuliano and Kiosa going up against Big. We got D7 and VQ versus Hanka. It's exciting, having those sort of interplays. No bad blood.
D7
obviously.
versus Zana as well from ages ago.
Yeah, exactly. There's so many layers to this. Yeah. Half of this team used to be three-fifths of Eco Warriors were under Big EQUIPA.
Yeah.
At some stage. That's actually quite fun. And I think that's really cool. Big EQUIPA have been a mainstay of our scene, and we love them for that. It's amazing, having them as a consistent piece.
That's interesting. I'm not 100% sure, because obviously we're sort of getting into the game and things like that, but I saw on one of the monitors in the big cameras that they're on CT for Anubis. I wonder if they've got to do the knife round and swap sides, but it would be surprising to me if they pick CT side Anubis first. Yeah,
that would be very interesting. I don't think they would. That's kind of wild, but we'll see. We'll see going into it. Yeah, and I think just back onto the veto conversation, I think part of what makes train so exciting here, you kind of mentioned being able to punish new teams with it. I think it's going to be extra the case this season, because I don't think a lot of teams are going to swap their permaban for it, because, it's a new... But we've seen already in a lot of the vetoes that teams are letting it float and banning it second stage. And so there's so much room to punish teams. So we know Imperial have got it up their back pocket, for instance. They're always going to float it. So yeah, there's a lot of opportunities to get away. If you can master train, you can master a lot of these best of threes.
I think it's scary that Big have actually picked into train, to be honest, very quickly before we do predictions, because that's a real double-edged sword. We can go into details a little bit why when we get train, but I actually think that could be maybe a mistake in the veto.
Oh, okay. You're a big proponent of it for a moment there. So you've flipped.
I've flipped now. I'm
keen to break down the B-Dog mind later. No Menti B, though. Fully normal B. Right, let's talk about predictions, because I have obviously already set the stage that Eco Warriors are my new favorite team. I've been saying this week in, week out, even though we're only in week 2. I've been saying it both weeks. So when it comes to who I think is going to take the series, I'm going to put my money where my mouth is, and I'm going to be picking Eco Warriors.
I'm also picking Eco Warriors, not because they're my favorite team, but because I want a 100% prediction rate throughout the season online. I nearly got it last season. I think I dropped one game because I picked NIP.
Classic.
Aside from that, I've been pretty good. So I think Eco Warriors have got what it takes to beat Big EQUIPA here. I'll go one step further. I think this is 2-0 now. I don't actually think Big EQUIPA are going to take their train pick.
You've really gone sour on this train.
I've thought about it more, yeah.
You were so excited about it.
Well, no, you were excited about it because you wanted to be a joke.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
miss that feeling. The demons under your ceiling. When everything hurts and nothing is healing. Yeah, I don't even wanna be awake, cause every second that I live is like a wasting. Can you help me start a replace all the memories that stand in my ways? You know what I really hate the most is that happens to me is like a ghost, it's so far away. I only wanna be okay. Tell me why should I stay away? If only dreaming can erase the pain. Tell me why tomorrow we will rise.
Bomb has been planted. Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
Loucura, meu. Escolha aí da brasileiro e galera, o russo. Pra fazer essa molotov. Aquecimento ali da Mel. Veio pra jogo. Ela fez o aquecimento. Ela aqueceu lá no Main Lab. Provavelmente tá com a mira quente.
Daqui a 1 minuto vai começar.
O X de mim tá terminando ali. 1 minuto pra live. Vamos ver o que falta. Os finais, meus amigos. Se ajeita aí que eu me ajeito aqui, hein? Vai começar o minuto aí pra iniciarmos essa partida. Temos Brasil em campo, meus amigos. Vai ter então. Time da players conectadas de lá, 5 de cá. Temos aí um pause técnico aí. É um pause por problemas mesmo, é um pause de mim.
pouco eu tô na live, hein? E jogando isso aí.
Bomb has been planted. Terrorists win. Counter-terrorists win.
E jogando. Aproveitar a pausa pro próximo. Você conhece o modo de jogo? Não conhece? Só fazendo. Voltando já.
Cansado de mouses pesados e imprecisos?
Yeah, they were in shock. We were in awe. And yeah, big EQUIPA take Eco Warriors map pick. Mind you, that's Anubis, and that was the straightforward map when we looked at this pool.
Yeah, no, you're right, and potentially you could be on something now about Train. I didn't expect it to sort of get that out of hand for Eco Warriors. They had a clear game plan, which was figure out where Zana was and go the other way, but getting past the players on site sometimes proved to be really tricky. And then when they wanted to challenge Zana directly, the trade spacing, as you'd expect for a new team, is sometimes a little bit by and by. But unfortunately for them, it doesn't get any easier because it will go on to Train. And look at this scoreboard, Lucy. Zana, Hanker, 28 kills and 32. Next highest is Paulie on 17.
Yeah, they were head and shoulders at the top of the pack, but we saw some impact rounds. Paulie had that big entry round. I think Pullix actually, I really want to take a moment to praise her calling in particular. On that T side, we saw some fantastic calls in that sequence where they got like 6 rounds in a row where they found map point, even though they couldn't close it in regulation. I think that, a lot of the plays that came out, the game plan looked really solid, so definitely deserves her roses for that. On the other side, Viku had a good game. It definitely didn't feel as loud in the server as Zana.
No.
We saw some moments from Yin in towards middle, but I think the big thing was D7 was just getting absolutely punished on that A side. She could just not get started, and I think that really did affect Eco Warriors on their holds.
Well, look, we had to compare the two AWPers in our head-to-heads because obviously Zana, we speak so highly of her. Viku, look, she was there numbers-wise, impact-wise, it was night and day. Zana's impact was unbelievable. Maybe if Viku's no-scope on Paulie at A had translated into something, then we could be sitting here talking about something different. But instead, it was Zana head and shoulders above everyone in the server and definitely up against Viku.
2.0 KD in a overtime map is fantastic. I mean, 6 entry kills as well. I felt like she was really impactful in finding those. It felt like she kind of warmed up or sort of amped up in terms of how aggressive her ulping was. Initially, it wasn't quite so in your face, but as the game got on and she started really getting into the flow of things, she was just taking openers wherever she wanted. We saw her peeking out through dark, we saw her peeking out through A main, peeking out through B main, and every single time it was an instant kill. That was a delight to watch. I think that was one of the best maps I've ever seen from Zana.
Yeah, and what's good is there's a full catalogue of really good Zana maps, and the fact that that one takes the cake is a good testament to where Big EQUIPA and potentially where their season is heading. We go on to their map pick now of Train, and yeah, maybe I'm just wrong. We'll have to wait and see how that one plays out. Map 2 between Big EQUIPA and Eco Warriors coming up right after the break.
Me out like a photo from magazine. Cold dead eyes, all tied up in the web of your fantasy. Little white lies, scandalous, 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 you're scandalous. It's in your eyes, scandalous. Scandalous, scandalous, scandalous. No big surprise. Headlights creeping up and down the boulevard. Dialing 666. Hey, can I speak to God? Helicopter spinning in the cold night sky. Underneath the stars, it's an eye for an eye. All tied up in the web of your fantasy. Scandalous, 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 and scandalous. It's in your eyes. Scandalous, 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 and scandalous. No big surprise. Yeah, boy, can I speak to God? Speak to God. Yeah, boy, can I speak to God? Speak to God. Scandalous, 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 you're scandalous. It's in your eyes. Scandalous, 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 you're scandalous. No big surprise. Scandalous, 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 you're scandalous. It's in your eyes. Scandalous, 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 you're scandalous. No big surprise. Speak to God. Speak to God. Speak to God. Speak to God.
Excuse me, señor. One moment, please. Yeah, disculpa. I know my English not good looking, but are you using salt? Cause there's no flavor in this place.
Dile a quien fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Ponme un poquito de cebolla y limón, ese picante. Ese mangú no me lo como. Le hace falta sal y huele a mojo. Hay brujería en esa vaina, me hizo daño. Pues tu mamá se come un plátano muy extraño. Ya estoy cansado de estar picando por la plaza, amor. Quiero comerme un desayuno ahí en tu casa, amor. Dos huevitos con chorizo te cocino. No soy cochino, te lo cambio por tocino. Dile a quien fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Ponme un poquito de cebolla y limón, ese picante. Es que te extraño, como la cocina de abuela o la empanada de tu vieja. La nena dulce como la miel de abeja. Yo me muero pa' comer si tú me dejas. Diablo, nena, que tú sí estás fuera liga. Mango bajito, los que son tu amiga. Por eso que yo no me encaramo en almor. Gracias por el plato, pero es que le falta algo. Dile a quien fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Ponme un poquito de cebolla y limón, ese picante. Dile a quien fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Dile no se aguante, dame. Ponme un poquito de cebolla y limón, ese picante.
getting upset. Your window's closing, you notice you never lose so bad. Hey, you should expect it. You know I'm coming up. I'm coming up. Hey, no time to run, no games. Your time has come today. Just stopping by to say we're taking over. We're made for this. We're taking over. You know what time it is. We're taking over. We're made to win. We're taking over. Tomorrow we will rise.
And welcome back, everyone. Map 1 went the way of big EQUIPA, taking away Eco Warriors map pick of Anubis. Brandon, we now go to train. You were pro train, and by the time we got to the end of the opening segment, you were anti-train. So tell me your current stance on train.
So I still think it's going to be a tough map, right? I mean, that was an overtime win for Big. The reason why I was sort of dancing around it is because I didn't really know how, obviously, it's going to look. But I think on this map in particular for Eco Warriors, you've got one of the best lurk players in D7. I feel like Ivy's really underutilized in the current meta of Train. And I feel like D7 will be used in two facets. It will either be she'll be Brown Halls looking for opportunities to go out B on T side, or she'll be Ivy. And I think if she's deployed Ivy, that's going to cause a number of problems for Big EQUIPA. Also, the way that the map is structured, I think Kiosk.
Bomb has been planted. Terrorists win.
you're falling. Do you recognize that feeling? The demons under your ceiling, when everything hurts and nothing is healing. Yeah, I don't even wanna be awake, cause every second that I live is like a wasting. Can you help me start to replace all the memories that stand in my ways? You know what I really hate the most is that happens to me is like a ghost. It's so far away, I only wanna be okay. Tell me why should I stay away? If only dreaming can erase the pain. Tell me why should I waste another minute staying in this critical phase? I'm just praying for some better days. I'm just praying for some better days. I'm just praying for some better days. Some better days. Some better days. I'm just praying for some better days. It's too late in the evening, I should probably get some sleep, but I just can't seem to set my mind at ease. I can find an escape, there are many doors I would take, but I can't make one of them become a way. So I'm drowning myself in the media, cause I don't wanna face what I'm fearing, yeah. I am scared of fighting this alone. I've tried to turn on the light, but my demons know how to hide. Lately there is just no end in sight. Tell me why should I stay away? If only dreaming can erase the pain. Tell me why should I waste another minute staying in this critical phase? I'm just praying for some better days. I'm just praying for some better days. I'm just praying for some better days. Some better days. Some better days. I'm just praying for some better days.
Press play. You know I feel the same way. Something crawling under the surface. Snap your fingers, we'll go there. We can find your inner furnace. Keep racing to the mantra. Don't stop, get what you're after. No
terrorists win.
into Pullux's in-game lead-in is Giuliano. You can tell that a lot of her calls are based on what she's feeling in the moment. Here for Pullux, and obviously the way the Astralis played, it was very meticulous. It's very much a set game plan followed all the way through. That was always the question, I think, for Pullux, which comes over to this core, is will the players be ready to be in that system, and will they be ready to be able to adjust in that moment? And the fact that you've got really good reactions from all of these players, you've got an ability that allows sort of Zana to do whatever she wants because she was so dynamic in both maps. It was all working out really well, and everyone has bought into this system, and it is showing some really good signs early.
Yeah, no, I've been super impressed. That's what my big concern was, right? When you've got an existing core, when you've got a coach, right, already that's been working with these players forever, right? You know, how are you as a new ITL going to come in here and work your style? But we're already seeing that influence and consistency. Look at Big Keeper across the board. 3 kills between bottom and top. Pollux actually ending top of the table too at the end of that, alongside Paulie. So really brilliant stuff to see. We saw her clutch out the pistol round and multiple really good info plays. So for me, she was the standout player actually on that map. Not just for the fragging, but for the information and calling. So
I'd say so, especially from the position that she's in on CT side, right? She plays Ivy. Like that's really hard to know what's going on in the round itself, and I think that indicates the strongest to me about, okay, this big game plan is pretty much, I'd say, 80% constructed before you even get in the server. It doesn't matter the opponent that you're playing against. You can run these anti-strats, but it's all about the basics. It's all about the fundamentals. In this area of the map, we are going to do this first, and then what is the reaction if it goes right, if it goes wrong. It is a complete flowchart. Arcadia, player to the match. We are speaking highly of Pollux, but we have to give it to Hanka because she was consistent in both maps. Zana, don't get me wrong, she was unbelievable, but Hanka had nearly 100 ADR over both maps in the series.
Yeah, she was outrageous. Like, Hanker is just, she's come into this team, and, you know, I was really concerned that, you know, it would be very disrupting for her, taking on some new roles and all the rest, but she has hit the ground running and continues her incredible form from last season. In fact, all of last year. Wasn't that actually that far behind Zana on map 1, even though Zana kind of had those big flashy moments towards the end. Hanka was a massive part of that victory, and I don't think they could have won it without her entry kills over towards A. So very deserved of our MVP.
Yeah, I'd definitely say so. And this might create a rock, paper, scissors effect in the group as well, because if Eco Warriors beat NIP, then we're going to have a stalemate and a rush to who's going to come out on top. So that's going to be really interesting for the group. I think for Eco Warriors, you got to hold your heads high a little bit, because Train, I thought maybe it was going to be better for them. It wasn't. It was a clear game plan for Big. It worked out really well. They won't be caught off by things like that again, though, which is really good to have early in the season. Anubis, you feel like maybe they should have put it away, but they didn't. It's 2-0. It's Eco Warriors probably dusting themselves off and think, look, it's fine. We've got even more chances in the season itself. But that NIP game holds big weight.
Yeah, it's a shame. But hey, look, now, well, don't worry. I'll get into that in a moment, because we have our interviewee. Pollux is joining us from the Beekeeper boot camp. We saw you all celebrating there together. How was it winning your first game of the season all together?
It was wonderful. It was a really good experience, and really happy about our improvement this season already.
Yeah, you looked far improved from the NIP game. It really felt like you had a clear game plan going into this. Is it hard to potentially anti-strat opponents like Eco Warriors and maybe just teams in general this season, where everyone has sort of shifted and there isn't too much tape on them?
I think it is hard to anti-strat, but mainly we're trying to play our own game, like to the end, like in the end of it. Like, we have to be trusting what we have been working on so far, and just what we have put in work on, and we can always fall back on it, and that's what we've been trying to do.
The social teams did sort of leak that you quite like Train. Is this a map that you're going to move into properly, or is this just for the game at hand today?
I mean, we will see. I think if it's going to become one of our best maps or not. We're going to play it a lot. We don't know yet. We're kind of like feeling every map out at the moment, like just to see what we're performing good at.
Brilliant. And last one for me, Pollux, I just want to sort of speak to you a little bit about how you ended up in Bigger Keeper. Can you talk us through what sort of happened and how you're here now and how you're feeling about everything?
Before the season started, I was planning on playing mixed team, but then I said to them already that maybe like no one will, like if no one asks me, like I will stay with you guys, except like Bigger Keeper, of course, because I always loved Big as a organization. I've been here to bootcamp before with Guild, and it's been great. It was like one of the best bootcamp experience that I had. So it was just like wonderful when Musa wrote me and just was like, "You want to try out?" And I was like, "Of course, yes."
Well, amazing. And I wanted to say, actually, we've been super impressed by your calling so far on the team in the last 2 series, because we've watched both your games on the stream. So I want to take this moment to give you all the praise for what we've seen. Today in particular, I thought it was brilliant. But this isn't your first time IGLing. Obviously, you're still kind of early into the IGLing arc of your career to a degree. How have you found the experience coming into this team and taking on such an important role?
I think it's hard and easy at the same time. I have really talented players. Like, they really have a lot of good work behind them already. Like, we have a lot of things that they have been like working on for years now, like set like structures on things, and it's really been like wonderful that we have the same mindset, especially me and our coach. And for me, it's like it's hard because I have been like speed running kind of all the roles in the game by now, but I think this is gonna be great. Like, I just need more time, I think, to become like really good.
Well, you've already shown some incredible stuff early, so yeah, we believe in this arc. I did want to ask one little silly question. Why did you pick CT side on Anubis?
I don't know, we're just good on City. Like, I think that we're just chilling on City. I don't know, I like it.
All right, fair enough. Well, thank you so much for this interview. Is there anything you want to say to anyone watching at home?
I just want to say thanks to my mom that is probably watching and cheering for me right now. And thanks to my wonderful teammates that are just hyping and helping, and we are helping each other. And thanks to Musambani for coaching us and being a great coach.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much, Pollux, and congratulations again on the first win of the season.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And shout out Pollux's mum as well. Hey, if you're watching, it's good to see Pollux again stepping up when it matters most. I was really impressed, and yeah, shout out to you, Lucy, for saying that to her as well, because I'm sure she appreciates it, because she does deserve a lot of credit there. I think
they're my new favorite team now, so you know. Like, actually, for real, I'm locking it in. Confirmed.
No,
I'm not going to go back on it. This is it. I've decided. Lock it in. This is my new favorite team.
Okay, look, I'm gonna lock back into the broadcast now and away from your silliness. I want to take a look at the standings. I want to see sort of how this affects the landscape. Look, it is only week 2, but we can already start to see, no, not that group. We still need to figure out what Prototype Blazers CS2 ladies are up to. They're in the 3rd map right now, and currently it is 6-6 at the half. So there's a lot on the line here. Prototype Blaze potentially could reverse sweep, or CS2 News ladies can pick up the 3rd map, and that'd be quite a big upset in Group A. In Group B, we've just seen Big EQUIPA now go 1-1, which puts themselves back in the top half of the table. Eco Warriors now slip to 1-1 just below them, obviously on head-to-head. Still lots of games to play out here, but I'm really interested in seeing how everything shapes up over the next few weeks.
Yeah, NIP at the top. Akuma obviously went out over No Mercy, but yeah, I think that Eco Warriors Ninjas in Pajamas match is going to be potentially season defining, so I can't wait for that one to come up. But it's so early stages, and yeah, there's a lot of unknowns. We want to see AKA Hero. We don't really know what they're playing like, and we know that was a very close game that they had against Eco Warriors that went the full 3 maps. So yeah, plenty of action still to come here in the groups, as that's only our first stage 2 map in Europe.
Yeah, it is, and now we need to go and have a look at even more. We said there'd be bangers today, and we're not going to disappoint you, because over in South America, FURIA take on Atrix. I know...
Você que não conhece o mouse agora. É gládio, viu? É isso, voltamos aqui com a transmissão. Fúria, daqui a pouco tem Fúria, a Pantera em ação. Daqui a pouco tem, hein?
Spilling over, you gotta cry just a little, cry for you, let it go. Gotta take a moment, then move on. Leave the past behind you. You gotta die just a little, die for you, learn to live. Let the magic find you and go on. And you might fall down a little, get back up again, fake it till you make it, and don't have to play pretend. Get into your flow, come on, let it show. There you go.
Deu um vídeo por
Feel the
enquanto.
fire burning, you gotta hurt yourself.
Texto.
Galera,
Oiê!
estamos aqui na cidade que eu acho que se pronuncia Hoje ou algo assim, que é onde ficava o famoso Auschwitz, o famoso campo de concentração e de extermínio nazista. Depois que os alemães invadiram a Polônia na Segunda Guerra Mundial, eles resolveram usar essa área aqui, ó, expulsar os moradores daqui para construir um campo de concentração, um campo que seria uma grande prisão para colocar aqui os prisioneiros para trabalhar para o regime nazista. Posteriormente,
Tá meu.
menores também, a própria empresa EQUIPA tinha um campo aqui que usava esse trabalho dos prisioneiros e a todo esse complexo foi dado o nome de Auschwitz. Esse aqui vai ser o nosso terceiro vídeo sobre o nazismo e provavelmente o mais pesado deles. Nós estamos indo agora para a plataforma de trem onde os prisioneiros chegavam para mostrar como era a saga deles aqui nesse lugar. Os prisioneiros de Auschwitz eram capturados aí em várias partes da Europa que estavam sob o domínio nazista e no começo chegavam de caminhão, com o tempo começaram a chegar de trem. A maioria começou a chegar de trem por essa linha férrea aqui, ó. E aqui tem um vagão, ó. Aqui ficava a plataforma de onde eles desciam e eles eram transportados nesse vagão. Vocês podem ver que não é um vagão de passageiro, é um vagão de carga mesmo, um vagão usado para transportar cavalo. As pessoas eram confinadas aí dentro e numa viagem que durava vários dias. Para vocês terem uma ideia, esse trem levava 100 pessoas por vagão e tinha em torno de 50 vagões. Então era um trem bastante lento, ele vinha aí a uns 25 km por hora. Então uma viagem de Berlim para cá demorava 6 dias, uma viagem de Varsóvia para cá levava 4 dias e era assim que as pessoas vinham apertadas aí dentro. Não cabia todo mundo sentado, não dava para deitar todo mundo, então eles tinham que revezar quem ficava em pé, quem ficava sentado. Não tinha banheiro, obviamente, então eles levavam às vezes pinico, às vezes uma latinha, usava ali, tinha uma janelinha, abria a janelinha e jogava pela janela. Não tinha como lavar, então ficava ali o pinico tudo sujo durante toda essa viagem. Nesse trem, inclusive, a gente não tá vendo janela. Não sei se esse quadradinho aqui seria uma janelinha que eles fecharam. Não dá para entrar nesse vagão, mas era assim. E aí, quando eles chegavam aqui, os próprios prisioneiros mesmo vinham e punham uma rampa aqui para eles descerem, organizavam o pessoal, separavam o homem para um lado, a mulher para o outro. E esses prisioneiros iam meio que dando uma dica para a galera, assim, ó. A gente já vai explicar isso, mas logo na frente ali, depois teria um oficial nazista que ia selecionar quem ia para o trabalho, trabalhar até a morte, ou quem já ia direto para a câmara de gás. Geralmente esse oficial estava bêbado, porque era um trabalho muito difícil, você definir quem vai morrer e quem vai viver. Mesmo para um nazista, muitos não gostavam desse trabalho, então eles preferiam fazer bêbado. Nesse mapa dá para ter uma ideia melhor então de como era. A gente está bem aqui no C, aí aqui parava o trem, os prisioneiros desciam, eram separados em... Primeira separação era entre homens e mulheres, e depois cada grupo desses era submetido a uma segunda separação que decidia quem ia trabalhar ou quem já ia morrer direto. Então, quem era selecionado para morrer vinha para cá, e quem era selecionado para trabalhar vinha para cá. Aqui é o Birkenau e aqui é o Auschwitz 1.
E além dessa separação, chegavam ambulâncias também. Essas ambulâncias, elas chegavam para buscar as pessoas que estavam vindo doentes no trem. Então, essas ambulâncias, as pessoas acreditavam que iriam para o hospital, mas na verdade elas pegavam os doentes também e já levavam direto para a câmara de gás.
Nós lemos alguns livros aqui sobre o Holocausto, sobre alguns sobreviventes de Auschwitz. A gente vai colocar na descrição do vídeo aí os livros para quem quiser se aprofundar. Mas vamos contar o relato de 2 pessoas que chegaram aqui e sobreviveram para vocês terem uma ideia de como era essa chegada, desde a captura deles até a chegada aqui. O primeiro dos relatos que a gente quer contar aqui é do Eliezer Wiesel. Ele tinha 15 anos na época que foi trazido para cá, sobreviveu, posteriormente escreveu o livro sobre aqui e posteriormente foi nomeado como o Nobel da Paz. Ele conta que morava numa vilazinha da Transilvânia e fala que primeiro chegaram os oficiais ali e falaram: olha só, quem é judeu que não é daqui, quem é judeu estrangeiro, vai ser deportado. A galera, poxa, que chato, né? Mas fazer o quê? É a guerra. Aí foram lá, pegaram uma galera, mandaram embora. Passaram-se alguns meses, um desses caras que foi deportado conseguiu voltar, conseguiu sobreviver e contou a história do que aconteceu. Eles falaram: a gente achava que ia ser transportado para o nosso país ou para onde fosse, mas não, a gente chegou lá num campo, todo mundo que chegou lá teve que cavar um buraco, ficar de joelho na frente do buraco, era fuzilado por trás, já caía no buraco, enterrado, e os bebês pequenos eles jogavam para cima, os policiais faziam tiro ao alvo com as crianças no ar, e todo mundo viu, né? Nossa, coitado, o cara tá louco, tá querendo chamar atenção, nada a ver essa história, tá inventando aí. Aí, algum tempo depois, chegaram os alemães na cidade dele. Chegaram lá sempre muito bem vestidos, com seus trajes da Hugo Boss, né? A Hugo Boss era a empresa que fazia as roupas dos nazistas, inclusive usando mão de obra de pessoas escravizadas. E chegaram lá muito bem educados, alguns se hospedaram na casa de judeus, inclusive, tratavam bem. A galera falava: aí, ó, esses são os monstros que vocês falam, olha como os caras são gente boa, vocês ficam inventando história. Até que chegou a hora que os alemães falaram: ó, seguinte, quem é judeu vai ser deportado, se apresente tal hora, amanhã na estação de trem, que vão ser levados aqui. Eles não sabiam para onde seriam levados, mas foram ali, trouxeram as coisas deles, acharam que iam ser realocados para outra cidade só. E aí ele conta na viagem do trem, disse que foram lá todo mundo apertado e que durante a viagem, depois de um tempo ali, uma mulher começou a ficar maluca, né? Começou a gritar, começou a ver coisa, o povo queria dormir, falava: ah, cala a boca, mulher. E ela não parava, amordaçaram ela, mesmo assim não adiantou, ela se soltou, continuou gritando, espancaram ela dentro do trem até que ela se calou. Tudo isso com o filho de 10 anos agarrado na perna dela chorando. Era comum que nessa viagem muitas pessoas morressem ou passassem muito mal, desmaiassem, então de tempos em tempos o trem parava, abriam lá e falavam: ó, quem está doente desce que vai ser levado para o vagão da enfermaria. Provavelmente não, provavelmente era morto ali mesmo, mas eles não queriam assustar as pessoas. Aí quando chegaram aqui, finalmente, depois de dias de viagem, deram autorização para 2 pessoas de cada vagão descerem. Aí eles desceram para conhecer, voltaram e falaram: um campo de trabalho, as condições são boas, tem comida e tem abrigo especial para idosos e crianças. Então as pessoas falaram: tá bom, não é tão ruim, vamos obedecer as regras aqui. Separaram homens e mulheres, ele disse que aí separaram ele da mãe dele, da irmã pequena dele, foi a última vez que ele viu elas. E aí ele e o pai foram para a fila de homens. Aí quando estavam na fila, um dos prisioneiros que ajudou a descarregar, um dos prisioneiros que já estava aqui, tocou e falou: quantos você tem? 15. Não, você tem 18. E teu pai? 50. Não, disse que tem 40. E aí, mentindo a idade, eles passaram na seleção e foram para a fila de aptos a trabalhar. Se eles tivessem dito a verdade, possivelmente ele teria sido considerado jovem demais e o pai velho demais, então ambos já iriam para a câmara de gás. A mãe, como estava com a irmã pequena, provavelmente já seguiu esse caminho.
E o outro relato que a gente leu foi o da Olga. A Olga, ela morava numa cidadezinha na Transilvânia também, com o marido, os filhos e os pais. O marido dela tinha um hospital e eles trabalhavam juntos nesse hospital. O ano da história dela começa em 44. Então eles chegaram a receber refugiados poloneses em casa, na época que os nazistas invadiram a Polônia. E os poloneses contavam as histórias que estavam acontecendo aqui, mas eles não acreditavam. Ela pensava: não, eles estão exagerando, coitados, estão cansados, estão exagerando. eles chegaram a receber em casa um major alemão. E aí esse major, ele contou também das atrocidades que aconteciam. E falava que ele era contra isso e que a família dele reclamava, inclusive, porque soldados mais rasos do que ele enviavam para casa muita coisa que provavelmente eles retiravam do campo. E ele não enviava essas coisas para a família dele. Então, esse major alemão, ele era totalmente contra e estava contando para eles tudo, ele remoía para a Olga e para a família tudo o que acontecia aqui. E mais uma vez ela não acreditava, a família dela achava que era exagero. E aí, em um momento, o marido dela foi convocado na delegacia para explicar por que ele não usava exclusivamente os produtos farmacêuticos da Alemanha no hospital dele. Porque essa era a regra. Aí ele conseguiu ali explicar o porquê e liberaram ele. Depois, novamente, ele foi chamado para prestar outros esclarecimentos e aí ele não voltou mais para casa. E aí ela foi atrás, né? Ela foi até a delegacia e falou: o que aconteceu com meu marido? E aí o que falaram para ela foi: olha, ele vai para a Alemanha, ele precisa ir para a Alemanha. E aí na cabeça dela ela falou: tá acontecendo várias coisas, como ele é um bom cirurgião, ele deve ter sido selecionado para ir ajudar as pessoas na Alemanha. Aí ela falou com ele assim, com o soldado, falou assim: nossa, mas quando que ele vai para a Alemanha? Ele vai pegar um trem que vai partir em 1 hora. Ela falou: eu posso ir junto? Aí o cara falou: minha querida, você deve ir junto. Você não deveria ficar longe do seu marido. Ele influenciou ela a ir junto. O que ela fez? Voltou para casa e falou para a família, para a mãe, para o pai e para os filhos: eu vou junto com o meu marido. E os pais falaram: você tem certeza? Deixa ele sozinho, é melhor você ficar aqui, fica com as crianças. Ela falou: não, onde meu marido for eu vou, porque eu não quero ficar separada dele. Os pais, vendo aquilo, falaram: então tá bom, então vai todo mundo. E em 1 hora ela arrumou as malas dela, dos 2 filhos, dos pais e foram para a estação de trem para encontrar com o marido. Chegando na estação de trem da cidade delas, ela percebeu que tinha muita gente lá, muitas mulheres que resolveram acompanhar os maridos. Chegou o trem e aí foi quando ela começou a perceber, falou: nossa, como é que vai entrar tanta gente nesse trem? Esses trens que vocês viram, que a gente acabou de mostrar, esses vagões para 100 pessoas, e ali entrou todo mundo.
Ele já estava cercado, né? Os policiais armados não tinha mais como sair.
Exatamente. A viagem dela, ela disse que durou vários dias, morreram várias pessoas dentro do trem. E só que na viagem dela não tiraram as pessoas, então eles continuaram viajando com as pessoas lá dentro. Ela disse que o cheiro era muito forte, mas que chega uma hora que eles até esqueceram que tinha esse cheiro. Que eles improvisaram um cantinho para fazer necessidades e que não tinha água e que não tinha comida. E que além disso, em várias paradas durante o caminho, apareciam soldados e falavam: eu quero agora 6 relógios. E aí quem tinha relógio tinha que tirar e entregar para eles. Aí o trem caminhava um pouquinho mais, parava outro cara: eu quero agora X tanto de coisa, se vocês conseguirem isso eu dou um gole de água. E aí paravam e davam um gole de água. Água que não era suficiente para todo mundo, que eles acabavam dando para quem estava mais doente. Mas que o caminho inteiro eles foram saqueados durante a viagem toda até chegar aqui.
Aí a chegada dela aqui foi a seguinte: primeiro separaram o marido dela, que era médico, já estava escalado para vir trabalhar aqui, então foi para um canto. Depois separaram o pai dela, que era homem, ela ficou com a mãe e os 2 filhos. Então o pai dela, como já era idoso, já foi mandado direto para a câmara de gás. Ela não sabia disso, tá? Ela não tinha ideia. Ela ainda estava com aquela ideia de que os idosos e as crianças iriam para um outro canto que não precisaria trabalhar. Aí ela e a mãe foram separadas para mulheres aptas a trabalhar. O filho dela pequeno já foi mandado também para a câmara de gás. E o filho mais velho dela, o cara olhou assim: esse rapaz é grande, né? Ele pode trabalhar já. Aí ela, achando que ia salvar o filho, falou: não, ele só tem 11 anos. Então ele mandou: então vai para esse lado aqui. Vai para a câmara de gás, né? E aí ela, achando que o pai e os 2 filhos estavam indo, digamos, descansar, né? No lugar tranquilo, convenceu a mãe a ir junto também. Falou: mãe, a minha mãe pode ir também nessa fila? Claro, pode sim. Aí, sem querer, ela acabou mandando também a mãe e o filho mais velho para o corredor da morte. O pai e o filho pequeno já iam mesmo, né? Mas a mãe e o filho mais velho podiam se salvar. Então, imagina o peso na consciência que essa mulher carrega, imagino que para sempre, né?
E a gente resolveu contar essas histórias aqui enquanto a gente visita Auschwitz, que é uma maneira de ser mais real, de trazer para vocês o que a gente leu sobre as dores que essas pessoas sofreram. A gente imagina que contando essa história vocês vão poder entender um pouco mais de como era a vida aqui dentro do campo de concentração e extermínio.
Eles estimam aqui que mataram 1.300.000 pessoas nesse lugar aqui, nesse complexo de Auschwitz. E 1.300.000 é um número grande, mas é um número. A gente quer contar essas histórias para dar uma humanizada aqui, para você ver que esse 1.300.000 era o filho daquela pessoa, era o pai dessa pessoa. Então a gente pegou essas histórias aqui para humanizar esses números, para vocês terem uma ideia de que cada 1 milhão dessas pessoas aí tinha uma história por trás, tinha uma família, tinha tudo isso. E agora vamos pausar um pouco aqui a história desses sobreviventes e mostrar qual que era o caminho que as pessoas que eram condenados à morte seguiam. Esse aqui era Birkenau, então se você entrasse na fila para morrer, você viria para cá. Essa aqui é a entrada famosa de Birkenau, tá tudo em obras agora, mas geralmente aqui quando você vê uma foto famosa dela é daqui. A gente vai ter que seguir por um caminho paralelo aqui por conta das obras.
A gente está entrando agora em Birkenau. E eu quero muito ler para vocês uma frase de um pastor luterano que no início era apoiador do partido de Hitler, mas depois, vendo todas as barbaridades, ele ficou totalmente contra. E a frase é assim, ó: primeiro levaram os comunistas, e eu não falei nada, pois eu não era comunista. Depois levaram os judeus, e eu nada falei, pois eu não era judeu. Depois levaram os sindicalistas, e eu não falei nada, pois eu não era sindicalista. Depois levaram os católicos, e eu não falei, porque eu não era católico. E então vieram me buscar, e não havia mais ninguém para falar por mim.
Dentre as pessoas trazidas para cá, né, os judeus foram a grande maioria, mas também tinham os comunistas, tinha os presos políticos, tinha homossexuais, testemunhas de Jeová, os ciganos. Então, às vezes o cara olhava, eu não sou nada disso, o problema é deles, tá bom para mim? Aqui, ó, tô ganhando mais, a inflação foi controlada, porque economicamente a Alemanha estava melhorando ali. Então, às vezes o cara fala, tá bom para mim, azar, até que chega a vez dele de vir para cá. E para pensar na frieza desse lugar aqui, pense numa indústria. Uma indústria tem todo o seu controle ali, você tem que ter controle de estoque, controle de almoxarifado, controle de produção, pensar na melhor eficiência para fazer as coisas, pensar em reduzir os custos, pensar em pessoal. Você vai querer contratar os melhores profissionais de cada área para trabalhar na tua indústria, para que ela tenha uma eficácia máxima. E esse local que a gente está aqui era nada mais do que uma indústria da morte. A matéria-prima eram as pessoas que chegavam e o produto final era a morte delas. Esses barracões aqui, alguns são administrativos e alguns seriam como se fosse o almoxarifado mesmo. Não conseguiu matar todo mundo, deixa estocado ali para matar no dia seguinte. Eles pensavam como fazer a forma mais eficiente para matar a maior quantidade de pessoas possível por dia. Aqui tem uma imagem, ó, do trem chegando, aquele cenário bem que a gente mostrou. Aquela porta de entrada aqui de Birkenau, a galera desorganizada. Aqui já separados, ó, homens e mulheres, cada grupo aguardando para vir para a seleção. Se vem para cá ou se vai para o outro Auschwitz, Auschwitz 1. Olha lá, ó, daqui dá para ver a porta de entrada por um outro lado. Esse corredor aqui levava para umas câmaras de gás. Aqui, ó, são barracões mesmo, onde as pessoas estavam estocadas aí para aguardar a morte mesmo. E aqui, ó, diz que essas imagens são nesse corredor que a gente está, que são pessoas que já foram selecionadas para a morte imediata, ó. Então, todas as pessoas que estão vendo a foto aqui, essas crianças e tal, morreram na câmara de gás. Olha só aqui, ó, esse mesmo caminho que a gente está seguindo, essas pessoas seguiram para a morte. E olha só a vastidão dos barracões aqui, a gente mostrou alguns inteiros lá no começo. Esses aqui provavelmente eram de madeira, então por isso que não sobreviveram. Deve ter queimado, destruído a madeira com o tempo, mas deve ter algum inteiro que dê para visitar. A gente pretende entrar em um para mostrar como era por dentro a condição de vida da galera. E por que havia esses barracões aqui, né? Justamente porque eles não conseguiam matar todas as pessoas que eles queriam de uma vez só. Como eu falei ali, pensando numa indústria, eles procuravam meios mais eficientes de matar mais gente possível. Chegaram num limite ali, então tinha que estocar as pessoas aqui. Aí algumas do trem eram mandadas direto de acordo com a seleção ali, feita na hora. Não sabemos parâmetros, mas talvez eles olhassem, já tem muita criança aqui nesse lugar, então nesse trem já dá prioridade para as crianças. O barracão das mulheres já não tem mais vaga, então dá prioridade para as mulheres. Vocês podem ver, tudo é cercado com arame farpado e esses arame farpados são eletrificados, então dava choque aqui se encostasse. Diz que era comum, todo dia você saía e encontrava gente morta aqui. Não era gente que tentava fugir, era gente que realmente preferia morrer de choque do que continuar vivendo nessas condições. Existe uma discussão até sobre, no fim das contas, o que era pior. Se era você ser selecionado para morrer logo ou se era você ser selecionado para trabalhar um monte, apanhar, aí, passar fome e depois acabar morrendo igual todo mundo. Tem gente que pensa, puta, era melhor já morrer logo. Mas, independente disso, tem na seleção ali um outro caminho que acho que era o pior de todos, de longe. Quem fazia a seleção era o médico. O médico via, tá bom para trabalhar, vai para esse lado, tá bom para morrer, vai para esse. E algumas vezes ele pegava uns caras e falava, não, você vai ser levado para fazer um experimento. Tinha um médico famoso aqui, ficou conhecido como Anjo da Morte. O nome dele é Mengele, Joseph Mengele. Ele era famoso por ser um dos poucos que tinha frieza para selecionar as pessoas sóbrio mesmo. Ele parecia sentir um prazer ali em ter esse poder de decidir quem vive e quem morre. E algumas pessoas chegadas dizem que ele era um cara bastante bonzinho, bastante gentil, bastante carinhoso até, falava. De vez em quando ele tinha umas explosões ali de nervo, aí espancava alguém até a morte, atirava nas pessoas. Mas quem não via esse lado falava, nossa, como ele era bonzinho. Eles tinham uma preferência por crianças, principalmente gêmeos. Se tivesse gêmeo, ele queria, porque ele era alucinado por estudar gêmeos. E também pessoas que tinham alguma condição, como, por exemplo, um anão, uma pessoa muito alta, que ele queria estudar. Aí, se essa pessoa fosse selecionada, ela iria receber boa comida, iria para um quarto ali do hospital, ia ser bem tratada. E as crianças até costumavam chamar o Mengele de Titio Gele, porque ele era bonzinho, trazia doce, fazia brincadeira. Você estava no paraíso, dadas as devidas condições. Só que essa vida tranquila da pessoa virava um inferno logo que ele pegava essa pessoa para fazer experimento. Podia ser criança, podia ser adulto, às vezes ele pegava adulto também. Um experimento muito comum que eles faziam era pôr a pessoa a submeter à radiação, essas coisas para tentar esterilizar ela. Outro procedimento comum era fazer um corte na pessoa, enfiar ali madeira contaminada para ver como desenvolvia a infecção. Depois ia lá, punha um medicamento para ver se curava. Independente de se curasse ou não, depois a pessoa já não servia mais, era mandada para a câmara de gás. Ele chegou a fazer experimento de trocar o sangue de pessoas para ver o que acontecia. Chegou a injetar algumas coisas no olho para ver se mudava a cor. Teve um caso que ele pegou 2 irmãos, costurou um no outro para ver o que acontecia. Muitos desses experimentos eram feitos sem anestesia. E eu não vou entrar em detalhes dos mais pesados, tá? Quem tiver curiosidade, pesquisa. Não é nem por algoritmo, por YouTube, é porque o negócio é muito, muito tenso mesmo. Mas imagina aí um médico psicopata tendo carta branca para fazer o que ele quiser nos pacientes dele. Esse Mengele, inclusive, já inspirou alguns personagens de filme de terror. Inclusive o American Horror Story, acho que a 2ª temporada tem um médico inspirado nele. Aqui tem uma imagem de como eram esses barracões por onde a gente passou. Diz que esse setor aqui era dos homens, as barracas eram de madeira mesmo, então por isso que não sobrou nenhuma em pé. Esse campo que a gente mostrou já é uma extensão do original, mas logo aqui ficou muito cheio também, então eles começaram a construir mais uma extensão aqui, ó. Ali já tem dá pra ver um chão de alguns barracos e nunca ficou pronto. Chamaram isso aqui de México, nunca ficou pronto. E aí diz ali na placa que alguns prisioneiros eram mandados aqui e dormiam ao relento mesmo. Ficavam dormindo sem o teto, num frio, ó. A gente tá com esse casaco, a gente tá com esse casaco embaixo e mais a segunda pele.
Eu ainda tô com mais um.
E esse inverno não foi muito rigoroso. O pessoal fala aqui que não, esse inverno tá tranquilo. Então a galera às vezes ficava aqui nas condições num frio aí de menos 20, menos 30 graus. Muitos prisioneiros, inclusive, já morriam de frio mesmo.
Frio, fome, doenças contagiosas. Muita gente morria aqui diariamente, que não era só por conta das câmaras de gás. A gente vai mostrar alguns lugares que serviam de hospital, mas diz que mesmo no hospital, essas pessoas, quando tinham a possibilidade de chegar até lá, não tinham remédios. Então, os nazistas faziam de tudo para que a vida da pessoa aqui fosse o mais difícil possível, para que ela, se não morresse na câmara de gás, que ela já morresse antes de chegar até lá.
Era comum todo tipo de doença, né? Mas teve uma vez um caso aqui que vale mencionar de um grande problema de tifo numa região, um conjunto de barracos ali, e não conseguia limpar de jeito nenhum. E quando acontecia isso, eles mandavam as pessoas saírem sem roupa, né? Ficavam no frio aqui, aí desinfetavam o barracão, passavam uns pó nas pessoas, umas químicas ali, e voltavam. Mas não dava certo, não dava certo. E o Mengele, ele teve uma ideia que foi bastante elogiada depois pela nossa, olha como ele é inteligente. O que ele falou? São 5 barracões com tifo, pega as pessoas do primeiro, mata todo mundo, desinfeta o barracão, aí pega as pessoas do segundo, desinfeta cada uma delas, põe no primeiro e assim por diante. Então, para você ver como a vida aqui não valia nada, as pessoas não... Quem estava aqui era só um número, literalmente um número, né? Alguns tinham um número tatuado, inclusive. Era isso. A pessoa não fala, aquele grupo ali mata todo mundo, põe outro no lugar, não faz diferença. Outras que tinham prioridade para a morte eram mulheres grávidas, para evitar o trabalho de nascer um bebê e ter que matar os dois. Então, quando chegava a grávida, eles tentavam esconder, para falar, esconde a barriga aí. Aí, quando nascia o nenê, se o nenê nascesse morto, a mãe podia continuar viva. Ou se o nenê nascesse muito fraco, fosse morrer, a mãe continuava viva. Se não, mandava os dois para a câmara de gás. Aí essa Olga, ela trabalhou na enfermaria aqui, ela conta que com o tempo, para salvar a mãe, ela passou a matar o bebê. O bebê nascia, ela dava um veneninho para o nenê morrer e falar, o nenê morreu, não vai precisar matar a mãe. Era uma forma de poupar a mãe. Nesses relatos aqui você vê muitos dilemas morais, tá? Ela fala, olha, nesse ponto Hitler me transformou numa assassina.
E ela fala que dava isso na boca das crianças porque não podia aplicar injeção, porque se aplicasse injeção podia ficar marca. E aí os nazistas iam perceber que eles estavam matando essas crianças para as mães sobreviverem. E nessa tentativa de esconder a gravidez, os nazistas perceberam que, o número de grávidas está caindo muito, né? O que está acontecendo? Então, o que eles fizeram? Eles chegaram e falaram para as mulheres, olha, a gente quer saber quem é que está grávida aqui, porque a gente entendeu que grávida não tem que ficar trabalhando, que grávida não tem que ficar exposto a essa temperatura, a essa situação. Então, o lugar de grávida é no hospital para ser cuidado. Então, por favor, todas as mulheres que estiverem grávidas, venham, avisem a gente que a gente vai levar vocês para um lugar melhor. E aí a gente já sabe o que eles fizeram com essas grávidas.
Igual a gente vem falando, né, que dentro também os nazistas sempre vinham tentando evitar as pessoas saberem que iam morrer, para tentar manter a ordem. Se a pessoa sabe que vai morrer mesmo, não tem nada a perder, vai se revoltar. Outra coisa que, por alguma razão, eles precisaram matar alguns prisioneiros em outro lugar. Não sei se estava cheio, mas o relato que conta é que eles falaram assim, fizemos um acordo com os Estados Unidos. Quem tiver cidadania americana, parente americano, qualquer relação com os Estados Unidos, vai ser libertada por uma troca de prisioneiros que a gente vai fazer com os Estados Unidos. Aí todo mundo correu atrás de parente e tal, juntaram um número de pessoas. Foram para o trem nessas mesmas condições, e as pessoas foram mandadas para a morte, achando que iam ser libertadas, foram mandadas para a morte. Por quê? Porque se eles tivessem falado que iam deslocar algumas pessoas no trem, as pessoas já sabiam a situação e ia ser uma desordem. Aí as pessoas foram felizes pro trem, vamos apertado, não, tudo bem, a gente aguenta, não dá nada, tchau pessoal, boa sorte na vida nova. Então era assim que os caras conseguiam ir manipulando, deixar as pessoas terem esperança para ficarem aí, digamos, tranquilas.
E uma outra coisa que eles faziam aqui é que algumas vezes eles pegavam cartões postais, entregavam para as pessoas e falavam, escreva para tua família, mas conte que você está bem, conte que está tudo certo. E aí essas pessoas o que faziam? Realmente escreviam para a família dizendo que estava bem, porque era uma maneira, né, de tranquilizar quem estava do outro lado. Só que eles não podiam assinar aqui escrevendo que eles estavam nessa região. Então eles tinham que assinar como se estivesse no outro lugar. E o que acontecia? Essas cartas realmente eram enviadas. Algumas pessoas até mandavam algumas coisas para os parentes aqui, né, que estavam aqui, coisas que nunca chegavam, porque os alemães pegavam para eles. Só que eles aproveitavam o endereço dessas pessoas para ir lá bater na casa dele. Então, se, por exemplo, era o filho de judeu e mandou mensagem para o pai, não importa onde o pai vivia, eles sabiam que lá tinha um judeu. Então, o que eles faziam? Iam lá e pegavam esse cara e trazia para cá também.
Você queria tranquilizar a tua família, acabava mandando elas para a morte também.
Troca comida aqui. Vou até ficar comendo, vou botar aqui pra tela do... Antes da tela do jogo, pela propaganda básica.
Te cocino, no soy cochino, te lo cambio por tocino.
Pronto, voltamos. 4 minutos aí pro jogo da fome.
que le falta algo. Dile a quien fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Ponle un poquito de cebolla y limón a ese picante. Dile a quien fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Dile no se aguante, dame. Ponle un poquito de cebolla y limón a ese picante.
A Fúria decide. Atrix baniu a Noob. Fúria Mirage. Atrix picou Dust. Fúria picou Consciente. Inferno. Dust 2, Consciente, Inferno.
welcome back to ESL Impact Season 7. We are still in week number 2, day number 4, and the action has only been getting better and better. Today is such a massive day because it is the day of grudge matches, and I'm so excited to be taking you through all of that action with my partner in crime, Grimmy Rana or Freddy. How are you doing this evening?
I'm doing very well. We had an extremely exciting game yesterday. I think a day and a game that none of us anticipated. It went beyond any of our imaginations. And what I'm really excited for is if we see maybe something similar to that again today, because, well, who doesn't love an upset or, well, in yesterday's case, an attempted upset?
Right, so let's go ahead and take a look at our standings so that we can just get up to date for anyone who maybe isn't as up to date as we are. We're here all day, every day, but you know, some people might miss some of the action. And as mentioned yesterday, we had a very surprising match. MIBR versus the Killers nearly went completely awry, at least for MIBR. The Killers showed themselves in a way that we really haven't seen from them in the past, and it showed a lot of promise.
Yeah, it was a team as well. Like, when I look at the board right now and I look at the standings, I'm looking at an Atrix possibly to be, or primarily to be the team that goes on and maybe tries to make an upset. Me and B-Dog were able to catch a bit of them in the CCT circuit when they were playing in the main Swiss of South America, and they were really promising. And also, I think on top of that as well, last season they were kind of firmly the best of the rest, I guess, and it looked like there was real promise for them coming into this season, and I still believe that they will probably maintain that mantle, but the Killers adding to that excitement.
Absolutely. I can't wait to see if we have more of those upsets. However, so far results have gone pretty much as expected. Now, I mentioned that today is the day of grudge matches. So let's take a look at what I mean by that. And of course, over in Europe, we had big EQUIPA taking on the Eco Warriors. And for those that aren't familiar, of course, the big EQUIPA lineup picked up quite a few of the old Navi Javelins players, and the old bigger keeper players, many of them, including the likes of Giuliano, went on to different teams. And speaking of Giuliano, she was on the Eco Warriors. So a little bit of a kind of a, as I said, a grudge match there to see who would come out on top. And it seems like bigger keeper did in fact win in the off season, but it was reasonably close. And over in North America, we're going to have FlyQuest Red taking on the Supernova Comets. And for those of you, I mean, in North America, very often they chop and change. The Supernova Comets is the old Shimmer roster before their stint on TSM. So this is like Empathy and the crew. And they have been hot on the heels of FlyQuest for a really long time. And in a recent interview, well, they'll get into that in a little bit more detail. But Empathy had some fighting words. So we look forward to seeing how that goes. But here in South America, again, FURIA versus Atrix. The grudges just keep coming. Unfortunately, similarly to in North America, FURIA have they've always come out on top of this particular matchup. So it's more of a grudge for Atrix to see if they can finally topple their biggest rivals.
I think, unfortunately, for kind of anyone right now, it feels like FURIA have come out on top of every altercation, right? The grudge matches are always seemingly one-sided, and I think especially at the end of last year, there were maybe, or going into the second half of last year, there were the question marks of, are FURIA still the best team in South America because Floxo dethroned them in Season 5? And then in Season 6, and then throughout even like the other tournaments in Season 6, most impressively that regional LAN in December where they beat Imperial, beat Fluxo, like FURIA certainly were saying to the world, like, okay, we're not only definitely now the best in Brazil and the best in South America, but we're saying to everyone we're the best in the whole world. So I think for them especially, what I'm looking at in this group stage in South America is for them to just confirm that they're the best, right?
Absolutely, and as you can see the veto below you, we'll go into a little bit more detail on that in a bit, but just for the highlights, we've got Dust 2, Ancient, and then Inferno, and of course Ancient, that ever favorite South American map, will still be very prominent. A little bit more Dust 2, we didn't get to see that yesterday, but we did see some Inferno with some surprising results, so if we do get to that one, I'll be curious to see how that performance goes. But before we can carry on, we do have to dig a little bit deeper into the storyline of today. This is, as I mentioned, right, big grudge match. It really has been Atrix being a thorn in Furia's paw. The last few altercations that they've had, the maps have been dangerously close. A 13-10 on Dust 2 in Atrix's favor, a 16-14 on Ancient, and a 25-22 on Nuke. And what I can tell you about that is strap in, folks, because we could be here for a very, very long night. But Freddie, we have some incredible players on this team, so why don't we dive in a little bit here, and we'll kick off with our Kadia player to watch, which has to be Car Sensei.
Yeah, I think what's really interesting is that, and we had this conversation yesterday of Younger versus Car, right? It's the arguably two best players in the region, both on the AWP, which I think creates this really exciting dynamic. And Car, well, she speaks for herself really, and was a massive part in not only them defeating Imperial on LAN, but also them making the grand finals of ESL Impact Season 6. Like, her stats are absolutely outstanding, and she defines herself as one of the best in the region. So for her, you know, mediocrity in games like this is not even necessarily acceptable. It's rising above the rest, and that's how I look at I want that AWP to be absolutely singing, and I think especially with a team like Atrix, I feel like they're going to struggle to deal with that, to be honest.
I mean, so Atrix has Lil Z, and she's also shown a lot of prowess on that AWP, but I find her to be a little bit more inconsistent than the powerhouse that is Car. So you're absolutely right. Car could be the big linchpin here for the Furia roster. And taking a look at some of the other players here, you know, Lulitens is someone that we really have to talk about as well. She has consistently been such a good piece of the Furia puzzle. She's consistently multi-fragging. She's consistently getting high impact kills. She's got a really high cast rating, which I know a lot of people think that's a useless stat. I think it's really cool because it shows that you are always participating in every round in some way, and that is incredibly meaningful, especially when there's a potential for these rounds to go so dangerously close. You need to have every player firing on all cylinders. So to know that Lulitens is always going to be performing, such an important factor.
Yeah, I think that's actually, to be honest, maybe the most dangerous part about Furia. Of not only is it you've got the highest rated player from last season of South America in your roster, and you've got pretty much the best player in the region, but you've also got 4 riflers where everyone on their day is arguably the best in the team. I think we saw the most out of Isa and Bazina from the LAN format in Season 6. I think they really stepped up in that capacity, and I think you've got Isa, who's actually arguably one of the best players in Brazil as well right now. And then you go down the list in Season 6, and Furia's dominance was just accounted by the fact that every single player was rated within the top 8 in the region, in the group stage. Like, no one was contending them. They were the best. And I think they're looking to prove that again once more. But heading over to Atrix, as we mentioned, they're a very exciting force because, as in the pre-show, they came kind of they were the best of the rest in Season 6, and they've been putting in good work in the off-season in the CCT circuit, and they actually, I think if I'm not mistaken, won, I watched it, they won a map against players, and it was one of the first maps ever won on HLTV for a women's team, which was, you know, it's impressive for not only them, but I think like a kind of a whole community.
Yeah, I mean, what's been so exciting is, so that's obviously something that happened but flew a little under the radar, but obviously with Imperial having played in some of these bigger tournaments recently, there's been a lot of eyes on the women's scene. So it's really exciting that we have teams that are performing not just, you know, on the big stages, but all around in various different arenas, different stages, and putting up those big numbers and being impressive, and we love to see that. Now, a player that I always want to talk about on Atrix is Sinan, and that's because she has this incredible ability to be a strong anchor. There are times when I'm like, she's anchoring a site, you're not getting in. It's just not happening no matter what you do. But there are some times where she does slip a little bit, where she's not as consistent. So I'm really hoping that we get to see more out of that of her today. But now I'm going to put you on the spot as per usual. First, I'll give my prediction because, you know, it's only fair. I'm going to go ahead with my head and not my heart. And I'm going to say FURIA are going to take this series. Freddie, what do you think?
I'd almost love to just change it up on the spot and be like, no, I'm going Atrix. But unfortunately, I think as soon as I saw the matchups we have for this week, I was like, okay, the favorites are going to win. It's going to be MIBR, and then for today, it's going to be FURIA. Atrix, I'd love to see them. I'd love to see. I think it's going to be very contestable. I think Little Z is going to.
Começou, hein? Já volto. Atrix vai fazer um avanço rápido. A B, a Gabi tá marcando. Seguiam aqui buscar informação e levar. Assim. Deixa eu terminar de fazer um negocinho aqui que eu já volto. É possível ou não, cara? Tocou fácil. Já atualizar aqui. Eu vou montar assim mesmo. você ficar meio. Tentar ganhar aqui meio. Meio varando. Tava fazendo também, eita. Pelo menos 3 turnos, mas estão muito fechados. É como eu falei, vão afetar a varanda. Essa WP, velho. Acho que é interessante. Meu kit. Vai tentar surpreender, levou um. Vai guardar essa alpinha aí. Deixa eu ver o que tem essa WP que eu gostei. Gostei. A WP. Deixa eu... Essa aqui? Acho que é. Identifica o beiro-beiros. Luvinhas. É no preto. Muito bonito. Deixa eu ver se Agora tá R$18. Tá no preço. Vou ver uma caixa de 11 e vender as armas. Dá pra comprar. Tá, vamos voltar. Depois joga um pouco mais defensiva, depois de ter pego essa kill aí. Vou surpreender aqui pelas costas. Boa. Mais uma. Quase. Tem a Viro com um sonho e uma alta. Câmera rapidinho. Voltamos.
Você vai falar oi pra galera?
Ok. Eu vou achar essa site.
Você não foi ainda não?
Vou pra onde, velho?
E aí?
Sim.
focado que eu tô fazendo. Indo pra feria.
hope they're going to be at, because there's a chance, like, look, there is a chance that FURIA come into this season and maybe don't live up to the expectations. They don't live up to the hype that's been put down on them. I'm actually glad you can see me now, by the way. That's a nice benefit. I'm not blurry anymore.
We all put our glasses on.
Yeah, everyone's like, whoa, Freddie can see. But it's like, you know, we come into this game, it's a team that can be dangerous, and it just is, it's not even competitive. FURIA, the Apex Predators, come out at large, and I think Dust 2 is also a cool map to be adding to maybe their rotation, because it's, if I'm not mistaken, not really a map that I saw like masses from them. They played it like a little bit at the finals. They beat Navi Javelins, they lost to Imperial, then beat Imperial on LAN at the end of the year, and like they played it a few times, but nothing consistently. Like nothing like Ancient, for instance, we've got coming up next. So if they are looking this good on Dust 2, and especially the two anchors on CT side, then hey, this FURIA side is getting even more dangerous than I already expected them to be.
And I think something that's quite telling is also looking at those entry frags. Atrix only managed to get 4.
Oh, God.
Yeah, and they only picked up 2 rounds. So 50-50 on converting an opening kill, which in and of itself is concerning. But the fact that they had so few, yes, it says a little bit about their own play, but it says a lot about FURIA. They were hyper aggressive so often. They were just getting in Atrix's faces, holding really close angles. I mean, some of the shenanigans that Carl was getting up to were just outrageous, but they were getting the openers. They were getting those first bloods, and you know, creating the opportunities for the rest of the team to continue barreling through those rounds. So very, very high impact there. And speaking of high impact, we're going to talk about we've got a little head-to-head for you guys. And again, very often we'll take 2 players from opposing teams. But given how this matchup went, we really wanted to highlight 2 very specific players. And Freddie, you kind of alluded to it a moment ago, but it's the 2 anchors on that CT side that were performing so well throughout this first half. Lulitens and Gabs, what a performance.
Yeah, Lulitens obviously ends a little bit better. I think she ended both halves just a little bit higher up, and naturally because she got a little bit more contact over towards the A bomb site. Gabs the B anchor, Lulitens the A anchor. And what I also found very interesting was not only just their sturdiness, you know, they were rock solid on the anchor, but it was, they had so many set plays, and there seemed to be like a really deep strat book for them with especially Gabs. It was like Carl rotating in, and they would make a play with the orb. Lulitens just pushed B like pushed A twice and won the round kind of single-handedly off that. I think specifically for both of them, and definitely Lulitens, they never allowed rushes to be a successful part as well of Atrix's T side. And I think especially on Dust 2, your anchors are pivotal, maybe more so than other maps, and they control such a significant amount of map, and also a lot of times are by themselves. Like especially A, you get left to dry. It's like, have fun, we're gonna leave you, let's see if you can get a multi. And B, somewhat the same. Like if your second B player, mid player, probably doing gallivanting else somewhere, and the fact that they're able to get these consistent multi kills, they've got these layered aggressions. Like it's just another piece of this FURIA amalgamation that is like, okay, so is anything gone wrong here? Like, is anything bad?
Well, I think what's also really telling in that is that both of them only had 5 kills in the entirety of that map. As an anchor, to only, oh, sorry, not 5 kills, 5 deaths, right?
Yeah,
that makes more sense now. To only have 5 deaths as an anchor is really, really impressive. They are staying alive, getting multi-kills, and doing what is necessary of them. But will that streak continue on Ancient, or will Atrix finally wake up, turn on their monitors, and show up in the server? We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, I guess we'll find out.
turning black and blue from nowhere to far. Feel like I'm dying, dying. Deep down inside, I'm crying, crying. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. Feel like I'm dying, dying. Deep down inside, I'm crying, crying. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. Making jokes at my expense. You say it's funny, but the irony is you're so broke emotionally damaged. Have the nerve to tell me you can't afford to love me. Think about my life with somebody else. Hope it feels like hell. Feel like I'm dying, dying. Deep down inside, I'm crying, crying. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. Feel like I'm dying, dying. Deep down inside, I'm crying, crying.
my breath, but something's gotta give. Settle for nothing less. Gotta go, gotta get. I take it as it is. The game is never ending. We never signed it to life, but we're here for the ride. So hold on tight. We're moving fast and time don't slow, so we gotta let go. We already know we're just living for the good times. Nothing better than the good times. Stay living for the good times. We're living for the good times. I don't know if you noticed, but I ain't on it. If it don't got that buzz, stay awake, come alive, throw hands up in the sky, and I love it how it was. We never.
And we are back, folks. Okay, that first map, a lot more one-sided, I think, than we had expected. You know, we spoke at the top of the this particular broadcast or this show, this, I don't know, region.
This
it's
thing.
odd. This thing. We spoke about Atrix being a thorn in the paw of FURIA and how they had some incredibly close matches very recently, one of which went into like 25-22 territory. Come into this one, and what Atrix had actually taken off of FURIA in the past, 13-2 in favor of FURIA. Devastating blow for Atrix on their own map pick, but now we're heading over onto Ancient, and this, again, a bit of a double-edged sword, because Ancient has been a favored map for most of the teams in the South American region for quite some time, but the
voltando, já volto. E Via ficou com a cara de... mas está contente, hein? Agora com quem? Consegue empatar o round. Levar pra virada aí no 6-6. Torcendo pra 3 mapas. Vou ter que editar o negócio aqui, peraí. Vai ser um domínio meio pro ar. Caramba. Mas a Ida tá ligado, hein? Tá ligadinho. Não vai passar nada ali. Tenta pra outra ponta, mas foi surpreendida pela carta. Aqui, leva 2, leva 3. A Gabs que levou um eco, tá bom. Dirigindo meu carro. Bimba. Eu consigo tomar e voltar o jogo aí. Essa troca de lados. É, vai ser provavelmente um 12-7 agora. Atrix complica muito. Pode ir tranquilo pra fora. Caleiro, a região e o sonho aí pra buscar esse 8º ponto aí. Pescar aí. Complica Atrix no round. GG pra FURIA.
their progress. There you go. I had to bring it back to a board game.
You had to. I do love a good board. It's because we were talking about Cluedo yesterday as well.
Yes.
Unfortunately, Atrix weren't too clued in to the game today. Yeah, that's funny. What can you say? I am a genius, remember. But what I will say is that there's a few storylines to go around this game now and what we saw yesterday, because FURIA, we always knew they were going to be the best, but it was like, what's MIBR going to be like to contend them? And already we have seen FURIA maintain that, and MIBR, sure, they are still flawless, but it's come at a very heavy price. You know, like they almost threw it all away yesterday. So when I look at a team like Atrix, for instance, and when I look at them breaking into the top 2, sure, they've lost one of those 2 chances, but I'm certainly now looking then at MIBR Atrix to be potentially the game of the season, because Atrix, I feel like they're going to give MIBR a run for their money.
Yeah, I think that there's definitely a possibility, especially given how MIBR looked yesterday. But I'm also kind of hoping that MIBR have kind of gone back to the drawing board and have said, all right, guys, our last match did not go very well. Let's figure out what went wrong so we can stop that from happening again. And I really want to point out Bazina in this match, in this map, not just because she's sitting at like 22 kills and 108 ADR, but also because in our first map, I don't want to say she didn't show up. A lot of it just came down to the fact that, you know, Luli and Izza were just running away with the server, but she certainly wasn't at that same level. And now coming into Ancient, this was really her playground. She was in control from start to finish. She was getting so many high impact kills. Very, very impressive performance from her. But now let's go ahead and take a look at our Kadia player of the match. It's not going to be Car Sensei. Sometimes we'll circle back to our MVP, but no, it's going to be Luli Tens. I mentioned her at the start of the broadcast. She is someone that can activate in an unbelievably meaningful way, and today was just one of those days.
I mean, dude, she's got over a 2 KD in, sure, a game that was pretty one-sided on map 1, but it was certainly contestable on the second map. And she not only was running rings around Atrix on Dust 2, but maintained that same level going on to Ancient. Obviously wasn't necessarily a Bazina, but was still in a very similar philosophy. And this is leading into the point where we were, or I guess joining up with the point we were making at the very start of the broadcast of like, you've got Car, who was the best rated player in South America in the league stage in season 8 of ESL Impact, but then you look down the list of the riflers, it's like, okay, it's time for Bazina to drop 100 ADR this map. Oh, and then Luli Tens might do it, and then Isa might do it. So the most valuable player is Luli Tens, but it just adds to that idea of every single player can be the MVP on FURIA.
Absolutely, and that's what makes a team like FURIA so scary, and you know, that's what makes most of our top teams in most of our regions so terrifying. You know, you look at a team like Imperial, and those are players that are consistently stepping up as well and performing incredibly well. It's the secret sauce. It's that recipe for success that teams need to have. And also harken it to FlyQuest, but FlyQuest have been through a few roster changes recently, and somehow they always manage to find these like really strong, well-performing players. So even with all of the upheaval, they are still kind of following that formula even now. You know, players step up, they perform their role, they do well, and FlyQuest continues to be a problem in North America. In fact, I think that South America is the only region where we have real competition for the top team in the region, which it might upset some viewers and fans of the other regions. I don't care. It's the truth. This is the only region where there's some real competition for that top spot.
You said that so, like, you said that with your chest. You're like, I don't care if you.
I don't care.
This is what I'm saying.
Did I hurt your feelings? I'm not sorry.
I completely agree with you, because it's like FlyQuest have just been, you know, I think they dropped a map like 4 seasons ago, maybe, if that. Imperial doing Imperial things, and then you look at South America, it's like, okay, season 5, Fluxo beat out FURIA, season 6, FURIA beat out Fluxo, and then in season 7 now we've got the Killers taking a map and running MIBR super close. We have no more MIBR because 2 teams formed together. So it's just it's a very entertaining region, I find, South America, which I don't want to say you don't get it. Again, no, don't want to hurt any feelings.
Ooh. I think we may have lost Freddy. You see, this is what happens when you try to be nice and not hurt people's feelings. The internet says, sit down. We're not interested in your namby-pamby commentary. No, unfortunately, Freddy is dealing with some tech issues at the moment, so we'll try and get him back as soon as we possibly can. We're also busy trying to set up an interview for all of you, and if, it's going to be with Luli10s, our Kadia player of the match. So I'm very much looking forward to picking her brain, finding out what on earth happened on that first map and how they're feeling about the new season, the roster changes that have happened, Fluxo no longer being a part of the scene, and all the little nitty-gritty that goes with it. So hopefully we'll have that up for you guys very, very shortly. And while I'm waiting for that and while I'm waiting for Freddy to come back, I just want to again touch on this matchup that we're going to have in North America very, very shortly. I think that it's a really exciting one. We've just been talking about FlyQuest. They're coming up against the ex-TSM, the ex-Shimmer, if you want to go even further back, who have performed really well at things like Philadelphia. They've been playing in LANs recently, and they've had some really good results. So again, we're following up that grudge match storyline that we've been touting for most of the day. Freddie, welcome back. There he is. You
Just
were not
as my
allowed to
birthday.
finish the point. Oh, that's right.
Just as my birthday comes in,
Happy
just as my
birthday,
birthday comes in,
Freddie.
it's like the impact. Yeah, the European and NA gods were like, no, you can't talk bad about our region. But I'm back, which is nice.
Welcome back, welcome back. Oh, and perfect timing because Luli10s is here to have a chat with us. So first and foremost, Luli10s, congratulations on another victory here at Season 6. We've got so many questions for you, so I'm going to dive straight into it. And the first one that I want to ask is Dust 2. That was such a dominant map, and it wasn't even your map pick. Did you put a lot of work into anti-stratting Atrix, or was it just kind of that age-old play your own game and you were just better?
Hello, thank you for the hi. No, we didn't do like a lot of anti-strat. I think we care about playing our game, and I think when we do that right, it's the best thing for us.
Nice. And yeah, thank you so much for joining us again. We were talking about how last time you played Atrix, it was quite a close affair. It was 3 maps, overtimes, but obviously this time a lot closer, a lot cleaner. What were the differences? Was it just you were playing your own game and you were less in your head?
Well, we worked a lot in the map too than back in that day. So I think that was the big difference.
And you guys recently had a victory over Imperial as well in one of your more local tournaments. That must have been a phenomenal feeling for you. Do you feel like FURIA is closing that gap and maybe we'll have a much stronger showing this time at finals?
Well, I wouldn't put that pressure on us, but I think we are capable of, because we already did, and we have to be thinking that we can. I think that's it.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because you obviously beat them at the end of last year, and you're like undoubtedly the best team in the region. Does that give you a lot of confidence going into this season?
I think we just see things much clear. Like it's the things are more possible for us, and I think we are putting a lot of effort in our work, and we like how we are as a team, and I think everything is possible when you have that climate, that ambience.
Okay. Well, one last question from my side. Obviously, Fluxo is now no longer part of the South American scene, which is quite sad, but it does mean that MIBR have had a very big upgrade recently. How are you feeling about MIBR's roster? Do you think that they, with the old Flixo players, will continue to be a big issue for you ladies? Or are you feeling like maybe because you've been a solid core for much longer, that you still have a bit of an upper hand in that matchup?
Well, yeah, they are really good names, all of them. And I think every team is an issue that you have to take one at a time, and that's the way we think.
Good.
Perfect. I
Anything more
think,
from-
Sam, I think that's all good my side. And I want to say a big congratulations to you, Lily Tens, and a big thank you for coming to join us.
Thank you for
I
having me.
do just want to ask one thing, and this is more of a fun question because we were talking about it on the broadcast. Is Car as bubbly in the server as she is out of the server? Because she seems to be like yelling and excited all the time.
Oh, well, I don't even speak their language. And when I entered the team, it was like, okay, I gotta pay a lot of attention in her because, yeah, she's very loud. And yeah, she has a lot of energy communicating.
Amazing. I love that so much. Congratulations once again. And we look forward to seeing you in the rest of the season.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
I actually kind of spaced for a moment that Lily Tens was not from Brazil.
Yeah.
And so she doesn't speak.
Honestly,
Yeah.
you forgot.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But there you go.
Oh no, I'm here.
Oh,
I'm
there
here,
he is.
don't
There he
worry.
is. Lagged
Yeah,
out momentarily.
It must be. It must actually be very difficult because it's something I experienced a lot when we brought in international players into like a UK team, right? With the language barrier and like the nuances of learning a language, but then having to speak the language and think about it fast paced. So especially when you've got people who speak a lot and speak quite fast, it can be very, very hard. But I assume at this stage, it's probably fine. So I think that was more of like a funny remark, maybe when she joined, perhaps.
Mm-hmm. And now, of course, we have our standings up on the screen for you. Kremsaulas have won their matchup over on our community stream as well. So they will go 1-1. That puts Masitas and Brave Bears on 0-2. Unfortunately, it has to fall on two teams, and it looks like it's falling on them today. Meanwhile, FURIA and MIBR, the teams we expected to be topping our scoreboard, and, well, it is just week 2, but that is where they currently sit. And, of course, we have the rest of our teams kind of filling out in the middle. So where we're going to go from there is yet to be seen, but we look forward to finding out in the weeks to come. Hopefully we'll get a little bit of the spicy games and upsets that we've been hoping for. But that basically wraps us up here on the South American broadcast. So thank you so much, guys, for sticking with us and for enjoying this incredible game with us. We're going to take a little bit of an extended break here, folks. So you've got time if you need to grab a snack, go refill your glass. Make sure that you are ready and hyped because the grudges just keep coming. And I can guarantee you North America will not be pulling punches. FlyQuest Red versus the Supernova Comets coming at you in a little bit.
with it. They try to reference it, wanna say they invented this. I know you can't resist, trying to be like this. Don't even take the risk, walk away, walk away, walk away. Cause I got everyone wishing they had what they're missing, but no, never know. Guess I got it simple, I'm not like the people you know. People you know. Make it look easy. I bet I'll make it look easy. Don't try to fake it to be me. Just cause I make it look easy. Make it look easy, I do it in my sleep at night. Don't try to get it right, gotta stay alive. I gotta win, nah. I'm making a name, nah. Winning again, nah. Wanna play. Cause I got everyone wishing they had what they're missing, but no, never know. Guess I got it simple, I'm not like the people you know. People you know. Make it look easy. I bet I'll make it look easy. Don't try to fake it to be me. Just cause I make it look easy. Don't even bother, try to win a liar. Real like no other. It's in my veins, like in my DNA. My vibe is like no other. Cause I got everyone wishing they had what they're missing, but no, never know. Guess I got it simple, I'm not like the people you know. People you know. Make it look easy. I bet I make it look easy. Don't try to fake it to be me. Just cause I make it look easy. You called me the other night. Don't you know I've got no time? That's it, I'll never ride for you and I. Don't you call me babe? Thought you had a chance dropping DMs on my page. You can stay outside, you can park it on the pavement. Waiting, I don't need a man that's cheap and basic. I'm ranking. Back up. I don't need another suitor, babe. Man up. Put your pouting on a Twitter page, yeah. And I'd advise you to take a deep breath, cause you gon' hold it to the colors in your cheeks left. Whoa, child, I don't mind. You can follow if you like. Just know I got no time. Not for you and I. Call me if you like. Don't expect me to reply. Don't expect no ride or die. Not for you and I. What makes you think I want it when I treat you like a ghost? Take this man home, everybody else already knows. I'm the only one I need, you're the one that needs to grow. I ain't playing, boy, turn around and walk it out the door. You got to go. For the love of God, for the love of God. Watch, baby, I don't mind. Just stand home, yeah. Televised, you don't need to come by. From a distance, though. Whoa, child, I don't mind. Follow if you like. Just know I got no time. Not for you and I. quiero con lo mío, quiero gozar. Dale pa' acá, dale pa' allá. Se prendió la fiesta, se prendió la fiesta. Yo quiero esta noche gozar, yo quiero gozar. Gózatelo una vez más, solo una vez más. Yo quiero con lo mío bailar. Echa pa' acá, echa pa' allá, bebé. Este ritmo está como es. Muévelo, ¿quién fue? No te despistes que es lo que vine con mi pana, con mi catamara, mi dominicana, colombiana y venezolana. ¿Dónde están las mexicanas? Muévelo, muévelo, no veo a mi boricua. Sacúdelo, oh, 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 oh. El ambiente está fresco, el ritmo lo siento. Aquí se prendió el party, vente a mover el esqueleto. Yo quiero gozar, gozar, quiero gozar, gozar. Vívetela, vívela, vívete, vívela. Hoy solo quiero disfrutar, la vida disfruta. Vente para mí, deja la pena, déjala, déjala, deja la pena, déjala, déjala, deja la pena. Y vente pa' acá, vente pa' acá, pa' acá. Echa pa' allá, pa' acá, ya pa' allá, acá. Ya, really. De lunes a viernes pa' librar los fines. Pásame un shot que cobré, estoy chile. La paso bien gastando los miles. Con mi combo no te metas. La familia no se toca, se respeta. Con mi combo no te metas. La familia no se toca, se respeta. Aquí estamos todos happy. La rutina siempre contra mí. Me relajo, cero estrés aquí. Vente a la fiesta, vente al party. Vente al party. Los carros en la calle suenan pi, pi, pi. La pasamos bonito y el juego siempre puesto en la TV. Yo quiero gozar, gozar, quiero gozar, gozar. Vívetela, vívela, vívete, vívela. Hoy solo quiero disfrutar, la vida disfruta. Vente para mí, deja la pena, déjala, déjala, deja la pena, déjala, déjala, deja la pena. Y vente pa' acá, vente pa' acá, echa pa'
Por enquanto é aí, voltando. Já que vai acabar.
Excuse me, senor. One moment, please. Yeah, disculpa. I know my English not good looking, but are you using salt? Because there's no flavor in this place. Dile a quien fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Ponle un poquito de cebolla y limón a ese picante. Ese mangú no me lo como. Le hace falta sal y huele a mojo. Hay brujería en esa vaina, me hizo daño. Pues tu mamá se come un plátano muy extraño. Ya estoy cansado de estar picando por la plaza, amor. Quiero comerme un desayuno ahí en tu casa, amor. Dos huevitos con chorizo te cocino. No soy cochino, te lo cambio por tocino. Dile a quien fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Ponle un poquito de cebolla y limón a ese picante. Ay, que te extraño, como la cocina de abuela, o la empanada de tu vieja. La nena dulce como la miel de abeja. Yo me muero pa' comer si tú me dejas. Diablo, nena, que tú sí estás fuera liga. Mango bajito, lo que son tus amigas. Por eso que yo no me
get out the door. Got to go. For the love of God, for the love of God. Watch, baby, I don't mind. Just stand home, yeah. Tell the flags you don't need to come back. From a distance, though. Whoa, child, I don't mind. Follow if you like. Just know I got no time. Now for you and I, now for you and I. Me if you like. No expect me to reply. No expect no ride or die. Now for you and I, now for you and I. Love, I need to keep this from the mirror on the wall. I'll never let her wrong, no. The only time I need to keep this smile, I'm never playing games. I'm trying every day, yeah. The only love I need to keep this from the mirror on the wall. I'll never let her wrong, no. I'll never let her wrong. The only time I need to keep this smile, I'm never playing games. I'm never playing games. I'm trying every day, yeah. Oh yeah. Whoa, child, I don't mind. Something they lose, baby. No chance to lose, baby. No need for you, baby. Whoa, child, I don't mind. Some on the new, baby. That's not for you, baby. Boy, you so crazy. Whoa, child, I don't mind. Follow if you like. Just know I got no time. Not for you and I, not for you and I. Me if you like. No expect me to reply. No expect no ride or die. Not for you and I, not for you and I. Love, I need to keep this from the mirror on the wall. I'll never let her fall, no, no.
Yo con lo mío quiero gozar. Dale pa' acá, dale pa' allá. Se prendió la fiesta, se prendió la fiesta. Yo quiero esta noche gozar. Yo quiero gozar. Gózatelo una vez más, solo una vez más. Yo quiero con lo mío bailar. Echa pa' acá, echa pa' allá, bebé. Este ritmo está como es. Muévelo, ¿quién fue? No te
Não irei cair nessa. Rapaz, vocês dois são foda, mano. Esperando o jogo começar, bicho. 30 minutos pra começar o jogo. Pera aí, cara. O cara mandando meu chat aí, mano. Digo nada a vocês. Ai, isso foi idiota, mano. Não é possível não, hein? Que é isso, cara? Ai, meu Deus. É na linha aí, pô. Como é que estão vocês? Nessa noite de quinta-feira, quase sexta. Jogo, pô. Dá uma atacada em você. Brinca. Rapaz, o cara é inspirado pra essas cantadas hoje. Nada pra fazer, jogo não começa. Pô, véi. Se não chegar amanhã, já vou entrar em contato lá reclamando pra querer meu dinheiro do meu frete, pelo menos. Que ontem falaram que vieram entregar e não tinha ninguém, sendo que não tinha nem como entrar aqui porque tava com o trio elétrico. Aí o cara meteu esse migué. Hoje não veio ninguém. Aí amanhã eu quero saber se não vai vir ou não, né? Porque amanhã é o último dia de entregar. Tá complicado. Tipo, eu paguei R$30 com frete vir mais rápido e Isso é mais devagar, pô. Tipo, eu pensei que era outra empresa, porque a Azul pra entregar é uma merda na Kabum. Mas só que no site da Kabum não diz qual é o nome da transportadora. Se eu soubesse que era Azul, eu nem contratava, pô. Que canova, meu filho. Tipo, se o microfone foi R$ 200, tipo, você me deu 50, aí a porcentagem do Pix tira R$ 3 e pouco, aí ficou 47. O Dano me donatou 150, mas eu tava com o Pix de outra coisa, aí me tirou o que? Quase R$ 15. Aí eu tenho que pagar o microfone pra depois vir pra cá, pô. Quando eu terminar de pagar o microfone, eu vou pra cá. Que a can é R$ 40, tipo. 40 a R$ 30, tá ligado? O Dano falou que tava com R$ 30 na AliExpress, mas mais barato que eu achei foi 40. Que eu fui olhar ontem quando você, tipo, dropou o donate, mas só que eu lembrei que tem que pagar o microfone. Ou o microfone? É, o microfone. Ah, eu tô esperando. Ué, mas pelo menos vai o que? Sair de casa, ver outro ambiente, entendeu? Socializar, não ficar só um nerdola na frente de um PC, apesar que você corre também. Enfim, conhecer outras pessoas, pá. CS tem toda a vida, pô. Vai viajar pra onde? Vai me dizer que vai sair de Mauá pra viajar pra São Paulo, né? Capital. Oroco. Eu tava conversando com a mina, que tava enrolando a mina e hoje você namora. Nunca fui em Minas não, é bom? Namorado gamer depende, né? Depende do namorado gamer também, né? Se for tipo nós assim, é tudo que a menina precisa, entendeu? Porque você fica em casa jogando, não dá trabalho, sai quando. Ó, sai com ela. É tudo. Assiste TV, Netflix. Não, pô. Nós, no caso, você com sua mina e eu quando arranjar a mina, né? Entendeu? Só tá dando uns exemplos. Nós dois é tipo água e óleo, não se mistura. Você tem família em Minas? Você tem família em Minas? Esse cara. Eu só viajei pra 2 estados até agora. Sergipe, que é aqui do lado, que é 3 horas, e São Paulo. São Paulo aqui pela capital, meu amor, pelo amor de Deus, hein? A cara vem me lembrar do açaí, cara, pelo amor de Deus. O cara vem me lembrar de negócio, sei lá, velho. Que não pode, mano. Sim, cara, aí você não me falou que você tem família em Minas ou você só vai viajar no... Eu ia viajar pra Minas não tem praia. Pelo menos tem umas minas da hora, né? Que são gerais. Aí entendi. Vai viajar pra encontrar sua namorada lá, né? Nada contra, entendeu? Ah, tá. Pera aí, sabia não. Eu não. Jamais. Eu sou idiota. Viu? Peraí, tá chovendo glórias. Não, pô, chovendo água mesmo. Irmão do Jorel. Eu já vi, acho que é uma animação, né? Irmão do Jorel. Acho que é uma série animada. O Jorel é esse menino aqui, agora que é irmão dele. Não, pô, o irmão do Jorel é a série do Jorel? Que é o irmão dele, eu não entendi. Mas esse... Ué... É esse bichinho aí. Mas ele é muito mais claro que eu. Que rima, não sei rimar não, cara. Oxi, eu buguei. A série é do Jorel ou do irmão dele? É. Rapaz, essas coisas de doido que você isso aqui. Parece ser bom isso aqui. Ué, e quem é ele? Hoje tem Bahia. Quer ver como é que jogar RPG de medo, né? Dois minutos, solta o fogo! Pior que não dá não, velho, senão eu fazia. Apesar que onde eu moro é proibido roubar, mas tipo... Eu vou ver se dá pra fazer. Tipo, se a internet aguenta. É, não é uma boa ideia. Não sei se dá, vai dar não, mas eu tiro o dia. Tá. Eita, não, mas aqui é proibido de qualquer jeito, tá ligado? Tanto pelos dois lados. Não, literalmente, é proibido, tipo, tanto pelo crime, tanto pelo estado, né, no caso. Aí de um lado você vai preso, e de outro você pode apanhar e virar camisa de saudade, né? Geralmente é assim. Mas o meu bairro é muito longe do outro, tá ligado? Porque eu moro no litoral. Tipo, é um bairro... O próximo bairro daqui é mais de 5 km ou mais. tem lugar aqui que a população também não deixa, né? Então, a Bahia é um lugar muito louco. Cara, eu me preocupo em fazer as artes tudo bonita, perfeita. Aí eu vejo umas artes, tipo, muito feias, velho. Eu desmerecendo o trabalho dos meus amigos, meus colegas de profissão, né?
Hello and welcome back, wonderful people, for another day of ESL Impact here in Season 7. And oh my gosh, what a series of matchups we have had today, and the fire doesn't stop yet.
Nope, North America is here to bring you an insane matchup, but let's take a look at that schedule. Let's see how we ended up here today with all the matches in EU and in South America. These were just on the mainstream, of course. Lots of streams going on community streams as well, but we have big EQUIPA 2-0ing Eco Warriors. FURIA, banger matchup against Atrix, is going to take it 2-0. And Affinity, we have FlyQuest Red versus Supernova Comets tonight.
Yes, we do. This has been the matchup that I have been so excited for since really these teams announced where they were going to be with this as well. But let's take a look at the standings. Of course, Ghost Gaming topping the group at the moment, 2-0. FlyQuest Red and Supernova Comets not far behind. So this today is going to be the first time that either of these teams put a tally in that loss column. And the competition, oh, it is fierce.
This is going to be a very, very fierce one today. I'm a little bit worried for both of these teams. This is going to be the one game that starts your season off. I mean, it's not week 1, it's week 2, but this is a huge game. Lots of stakes, lots of things at stakes for both of these teams tonight. Very excited to see how FlyQuest. But on the other streams, community streams, we have Black Mold versus Mega Juniors, and we'll be giving you updates once we get them for their scoreline too as well.
That we will, and yeah, so I'm a little bit curious about this because today has been, I wouldn't say grudge matches necessarily, but they have been the nitty gritty competition, the tops of their groups fighting it out early, but they've all been 2-0s, which I think is quite interesting because if you'd asked me, you know, looking at the schedule, which day is going to be the really long one, where are we going to see 3 maps in overtime, I would have said today, and we haven't yet, but I've got a tingling feeling that it is going to be this series. But let's take a look at the veto quickly. Train being banned out. We talked about this in the green room, didn't we, Apples? We said it would be really smart for Supernova Comets to take this one out. FlyQuest, they've been particularly happy to play it recently. Ancient ban coming right back out, I think. Smart move. So far, nothing too spooky.
Nothing too spooky. We're definitely going to see a Mirage tonight, but a nuke pick, I'm liking that from Supernova. We're going to have Mirage. I was right here. I think we're definitely going to float Anubis. You think?
Yeah, absolutely. It's the final map that both of these teams are willing to play. I think that, yeah, Inferno I said was going to be the next thing the Supernova Comets ban. Dust 2, you take that out because, of course, Supernova Comets very happy to play on it. Anubis as the final match. Now, this is... We talked about this being a banger matchup. This being one of the closest I think we're going to see in the region this whole series. And the fact that it's 3 maps that both of these teams are proficient on, we are eating good tonight here on the ESL Impact stream.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be a banger one. Supernova Comets picking nuke. We don't really see FlyQuest play too much on this, but the couple times that they do, they are very, very strong on it. But this is like bread and butter, Empathy's favorite map. So I'm excited to see what they're gonna be pulling off against FlyQuest. Mirage, very classic FlyQuest map as well. And in the first week that we had last week, FlyQuest had a little bit of a sketchy Anubis game, so that could really go either way depending on if they're able to clean up all the wrongdoings that happened on that map. But yeah, really good map veto that we have so far, and I'm excited to get into this. We have to talk about this. This is the grudge match of the century. These two teams have been head-to-head for like the past 3 seasons. Both of them, saying both of them, Supernova Comets, previously being Team Shimmer, a lot of their core players being on that team. They were at Valencia finals for season 4, then season 5 at Dallas. Season 6, we only had 1 North American slot, so that was just FlyQuest Red. But these teams have been head-to-head. The points have never been slimmer between these two teams, and it could just be the season where everything changes.
It could be the season that everything changes, indeed. A little bit interesting because actually, we talked about it how it was Shimmer very briefly, because TSM Shimmer. Okay, let me try to get the timeline right. So TSM Shimmer kind of sort of caves in on itself a little bit, and then they split up, and TSM Shimmer kind of continues the rest of the season, but Empathy and Phoebe split off and form what was Shimmer that was playing in Cash Cups,
yes,
which a lot of the Impact team from that season joined after the season was over, and now they've stuck together. Couple more changes because of course Phoebe couldn't get her visa, and so wasn't able to play with them this season, but they are now going under Supernova Comets. So a little bit of a weird one. It's Shimmer, but it's also Impact from last season. But I think there's one player that we really need to look at. We talked about how it's never been close between them. And it's Empathy and this kind of history between Shimmer and FlyQuest. As you can see, a quote here from Empathy.
Alta
An
aí.
amazing interview from Dust 2 with M&M's, where she said, "I'm really excited to play against them. I think it'll be a very good game. In my head, we've closed the gap completely. And if we're not better, it's neck and neck." Now, what are your thoughts on this?
I think this is a completely true quote. FlyQuest, while their exchanges in growth in the past couple seasons has been very substantial, every team in North America have gotten there. And Empathy, they have been on the teams that have been taking the maps away from FlyQuest in previous seasons. A couple of maps they lost. When we looked at there was a graphic the first week, they lost only 3 maps during their entire ESL Impact run. And 2 of them have been from Empathy's hand. It's been their team, her team comp, that's been able to dismantle FlyQuest's ability to close a map. And that's why Empathy is the Kadia player to watch for today. Such a sharp shooter, a strong shooter, and I'm excited to see how she plays here today with this new team comp. Haven't been able to see it on the mainstream, but I'm really, really liking everyone that's on the Supernova Comets team.
Exactly, and I think it's really important to highlight that whilst within the confines of ESL Impact seasons itself, they haven't closed out a series versus FlyQuest Red. They've been one of the few teams to take maps, you just said 2 of the 3. It has, however, been at Empathy's hand, by her sword, by her AWP at the time, that they fell in a series in a Cash Cup, and it was the first time we've seen FlyQuest Red toppled by another NA team since the inception of FlyQuest Red, really. But the team is a little bit of an interesting one. We said a lot of players coming over from Impact, very kind of new to the scene, very new overall. They're not really stars. They're not really part of the furniture, as you might say.
One star
with a lot of them. Well, yes, Serendipity, who actually Empathy sung really high praise of in that same interview that we quoted, actually, saying that she'd seen her play around a lot and they've been playing really well since they joined the team as well. So that is going to be someone to keep your eye on, I think.
I need to highlight Fox. She'll come up in a little bit, but let's talk about Raven here as well. Like you said, was on Impact in the previous season, and they were able to get a couple of wins, a couple of best-of-3 wins against some of the teams on the lower part of the standings, but maybe we'll just see the new team comp, everyone here tonight trying to topple down FlyQuest Red, but we gotta talk about Fox. Such an incredible player who has been around almost a lot of teams. I think, what team was she on? She was on Limitless Angels and then Lotus as well. Her off is so deadly.
Tsunami Sirens before that as well. So yes, really great. And yeah, she's taken over the Orba. Empathy's taken a step back to Rifle, which I think she's been wanting to do for a while.
I mean, your greatest riflers are sometimes even very, very skilled on and off as well. But we also have Styx on this team.
So Styx is actually IGLing this team, I do believe.
Okay.
So I got some insider info, and a player, again, that Empathy really highlighted. They played each other in ESEA seasons in main and advanced many, many times over history. And Empathy even said, looking at STX, that is going to be a player that I play with someday. And here we are. But what is a match without their opponents? It's time to take a look at one and only FlyQuest Red, starting with Goose Breeder. Now,
talk me through this because I know you do a lot of casting for them. Talk me through this with your maybe like insider knowledge here.
Absolutely. So Goose is now back to IGLing this season with the departure of Coyote, now on the French team in EU, playing an Impact still. But Goose is IGLing, and with all the experience she had just as a rifle player, is going into this with a lot more knowledge on how to IGL, how to direct her teammates. Emmy is now on the op as well, picking that up. She is playing so incredibly well, not really slotting into Coyote's previous positions. They're kind of thinking of new places to be peaking up, playing very, very aggressive. And she's talked about it before. It's been a little difficult trying to change from an aggressive rifler into being like, okay, I can't just go and peek this with an op. I can't retake here with an op. Let me see how I could fix this situation with the rifle or the weapon that I have, which is a little bit of a learning curve, you would say. And it's been a little difficult for her, but she's talked about in interviews, her coach, Sheikh Zula, and the rest of the team have been really, really helpful with it. Bibian, a rifler on the team who will not go unnoticed, will always be there in that clutch situations. And we have a new player on the team of FlyQuest. We have Marie coming on over from Astralis FE. I do have insider knowledge that her visa was approved, so she'll be off of the high ping in just a little bit. But Affinity, it's time. We're almost to the match start. We have to predict who we think is going to be taking this, and I'm going to go all in on FlyQuest taking this one tonight.
You know what? I think I'm going to have to back you up here. I think it's going to be really, really close. And as Empathy said, the gap, they think they've closed it. I'm not 100% sure because, complete transparency, I've heard that.
pro jogo aí. Já tá tomando 3x0? Ah, a escolha foi de quem esse mapa? Deixa eu ver. Boa. Supernova baniu trem, FlyQuest Oficiente, Supernova Nuke, FlyQuest Mirage, Banho Inferno, Supernova, FlyQuest 22, sobrou Nuke, Nuke, Mirage e Nubes. Tá explicado o Supernova. Na frente. A mina do galpão pode surpreender, tá, Mari? Mas já, ela deixou passar, né? Então... Agora que eu vi. Devia pegar aqui, ó. 4 tá dropado, ainda não decidiram pra onde vão. Devia estar dormindo ali. Eu falei que ela ia surpreender. Mas não foi tanto, né? Aí pegou aqui pelo menos 2. Mari fez um excelente trabalho ali, né? me surpreende nada. Supernova tá com domínio do mapa, porque é um mapa de escolha. Né? Vemos ali o senhor Vanessa deitado e a senhora Vanessa fazendo os trades, né? E a Fly consegue mais um ponto no mapa, hein? Tá voltando o jogo, hein? Tendo o jogo do Bahia. Bahia 0, Boston River 0, hein? Diretamente de Montevidéu. Voltamos aqui pro pausa. Supernova puxou um pausa ali, eu creio que para conversar. Alinhar as táticas. Gostei da louca da Supernova, né? Que entrou ali, pá. A Mari mais uma vez surpreendendo aí no round. O empate não. A empate não conseguiu empate nenhum. Para ser grande às vezes é um empecilho, porque eu tenho que ficar esticando a perna de ultra forte. Vestido é feio, hein? Poderia ser preto e rosa, né? Vou aqui, ó. Da M em cima da empate, mais um round. Peraí, manter. Abrir espaço aí nessa B. Pegar a amarela e já garante o round. Good. Tentar surpreender ali. Mas a M estamos aqui, ó. Ok, mas... Aí, eu vou abaixar aqui, pô. Vou esticar aqui de outra forma. Ai. Ó. Caralho, que alto às vezes o sangue, né? Pera aí, cara. Perdendo a linha aí. No caso, você vai esticar a sua perna, né? Entendi. Mais um pau. Eita, pecou. Queimou. A Mari tá jogando bem esse mapa, hein? Eu não conhecia essa nova formação da FlyQuest, né? Mas ganharam um round aí. A bebê marcando ali fora com a Ivy, o sonho. A Gully. Com a 12. Passaram meio fora. Não viram nada. Vai descendo. A escadinha, a escadinha. A M ali que foi alta, porque não é a M Linehouse, mas a M com E. Tenta pescar primeiro. A Livara nem sabia disso, hein? Ela varou a primeira. Não tem informação das outras. É. 7-5, né? Tem jogo ainda, hein? Bahia tá 0-0, hein?
Places out of the night, only thinking
Voltamos em 1 minuto, hein? Você conhece o mouse da Glorious? Da Adamante? Não conhece? Melhor mouse da atualidade. Vou mostrar pra você. Garota já foi, hein? Cupom Lambo GV5. Voltamos aqui. Hoje eu nem tô pelas duas equipes. Bem estudado. Fiquei anteceder estourar aí. Descer. Agora dia 7 temos um jogo. Lembra de um jogo, meu amigo? Eita. Parecendo eu e meus amigos tentando fazer o pezinho. Acertaram 2 granadas na Ray. O jogo começou com uma leve vantagem da Supernova. Feno construindo aí. Pra ver como o jogo bem disputado. Olha que coisa mais linda, machinha de prata. Deixe compreende. Fala 3. Essa 5 tá muito boa de pertinho. Muito bruto. Bé, tá segurada fora. Tá caminhando aí pro... Apesar que tá um jogo bem disputado, né? Mas pode fazer um 11-10 e ir pra 11-11. G feio, né? Amanhã fica difícil. Ninguém acorda cedo no sábado, né? Pode ter fora. Dentro que eu criei. Deixe. Isso aqui? Não. Isso aqui? Também não. Ainda não fiz. 6-1. Mas você ainda tem uma boa economia, né? Com o TR aí, deu uma azedada mesmo ganhando lá. Entenderam algumas armas. Agora deu uma... Os dois estão armados, né? Creio que nesse round aí já finaliza o mapa. Ninguém conseguiu ver. Agora pode fechar o mapa. Trabalha com calma aí. Ai, meu coração. Termina o primeiro tempo do centenário, hein? Bahia 0. Boston 0 também. Voltamos aqui com o jogo. E deu uma vedada pra Fly aqui. FlyQuest. E como eu falei, né? Quem conseguir pegar no segundo, fecharia aí a série. Vamos pro próximo lado. Não gostei.
That they do, and Mirage, a map that a lot of these players are notorious on as well. But honestly, we said it was going to be a fire series, and I'm hoping you guys at home enjoyed that as much as we did. And as you said, there's possibly 2 more maps to go, and it is absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. Exactly.
Cinema.
There's not much more we can say to that, but yeah, I think they've got to find a way to not let empathy run rampant with these openings.
Yes.
Every round. And they were waiting for it. That's the scariest part as well. As I said, how do you compete with instant death, right? Because they're ready for her. They're throwing the Molotovs to either force the fight or keep her at bay. They're throwing these smokes as well, and she's just swinging them and winning. As you can see here, 126 ADR. 8 entry kills.
Well, there were multiple rounds where she was getting 4. Even like it was a save round. She had a deagle and she was able to get 3. Where it's just going, she was going a ramp and then she was like, I'm in mini now. Now I'm in heaven. Just like all the way around the map. The way that she positions herself against FlyQuest, it's like, all right, they know where I am. Let's find another spot where I can get more kills on another part of this map. And it worked out so well for Empathy. Such like a dynamic player. I feel like the rest of her team were really able to complement that with Serendipity, with Styx, with Raven, with Fox. They were all playing the same roles, same locations, but in a different way that was able to support Empathy getting this incredible kill stat. It's wow.
I think I want to highlight your conversation about fluidity as we look at our head-to-head here. Is we chose to look at Empathy versus Goosebreeder here because it was 2 very different styles of sort of being elusive and shadows around the map, right? Empathy up in your face, finding those opening picks and ruining your ability to have players chess pieces on the board in each round. As opposed to Goosebreeder, who was taking a little bit more of a sort of snaky, slithery path here, finding these angles, hiding in unchecked places to jump out, spring out, and find these equalizing multi-kills as well. And unfortunately not quite able to put up quite the same level of stats, but I like that they both had different approaches and they were both immensely impactful in their own way here.
Absolutely. I mean, it was that one round where she was able to kind of sneak around Marshmallow away from Fox's op, able to get a double kill. Fox was able to trade her out, and I think Supernova Comets still did win that round, so that is just that one piece that we're missing from FlyQuest. How are you going to act on this space that Goose Breeder is getting from you? And maybe that's on Goose Breeder as the IGL, like, okay, I'm pushing outside. You need to go and see if they're in ramp. I'm getting 2 kills here. Where else are the T's at that we need to start shutting down the locations, shutting down entry into any of the sites? So that's where we're kind of missing some connection from FlyQuest. Maybe we'll see it in Mirage. We know that this is their bread and butter. This is their toast. This is their their English breakfast. Yes.
The English muffin. The real
English
ones.
muffin. Yes,
But no, I think I've got high hopes for this next map because in the interview, again, Dust to Eminem's shout out, so many interviews that we've been able to reference it in this really, that Clash of the Titans matchup here, is that Bibian talked a bit about how their new coach coming on as well as Marie has been really good for the mental, is that they're both really good vibes. I think they said that Shape was a lot more in tune with the NA banter. And so I'm hoping that, you know, it's been a difficult one. There were a lot of really frustrating rounds, I can imagine. But also their ability to come back into this, you know, clean slate, go, okay, smiles everyone, we've got this, we're a team, still 2 maps to go. And I'm hoping that it's going to be that mental boost that is hopefully going to keep them on an upward trajectory here. But I think it's time to go for a little bit of break, don't you think, Alex?
I do want to say one thing before we do go to a break.
Okay.
This is the first time that FlyQuest has lost more than 1 map in a season.
Oh, true.
That just happened.
And we're on week 2.
We are on week 2, and they still have to go up against Ghost Gaming, Black Mold, all the other teams that are on the top part of the board in the standings. That is huge for them, and that must be a wake-up call for FlyQuest.
It's got to be, and we'll see whether the alarm is ringing for them in map number 2. But we're going to head to a short break. Don't go anywhere because you are not going to want to miss what is coming up next.
Scandalous,
caralho.
Welcome back, and what a map one we got to experience, and there's still potentially 2 more maps to come up.
There definitely is. We're going into Mirage for this second one, and we've seen a lot of FlyQuest on this map. This is, like we said before the break, this is their English muffin, this is their toast, their bread and butter, this is their map. This is their map, and they play this ridiculously amount. They just play this a lot. They play this map so often. They know the protocols, they know everything. However, the new team comp, and there's a new team that they are playing against here tonight, Supernova Comets. How do they look like on Mirage Affinity? How are they playing there?
Well, there's not a whole lot to go on. I was trying to look at some demos for Supernova Comets on Mirage. The file was...
Começou, hein? Brejivinha. Quest consegue 3 kills. Não, FlyQuest na penal. Tá errado, tá Supernova, hein? Eita, a mirinha tá crocante. Será que a Ghost virou nova soberania do NA? Que calor, meu pai. Chove e aumenta o calor em vez de diminuir. Será que os dois vão ver que eu falar? Vão apostar nessa entrada A ou vão recuar pra B? Vou apostar a entrada na A, tá? A rotação ali no meio também. Surpreendida ali, a surpresa foi surpreendida. Azedou o round aí. tirou a arma, pelo menos. Deve ter que dar pra ganhar o Hoje. FlyQuest ainda tem arma. Treinou ali a pitch. Começa aproveitou. Será que vai ser 2-0, né? Tá caminhando. Temos um jogo. Um olho no jogo e outro olho no jogo tá aí, hein? Aí, empate não quer saber de empate não, hein? Eu vou ficar aqui, mas ficar eliminado. Agora ficaram mais um ponto aí, mas... Com certeza tem dinheiro aí. Vou comprar. Jesus, quase 8 horas de live. Vai pro terceiro ponto. Vai. Pode voltar o jogo aí, hein? Estão jogando bem devagar, buscando o jogo, buscando skill, se decidindo nos últimos minutos. Boa! Pegou a skill, abriu espaço na... Ela joga muito, tipo, muito tranquila, ela é muito devagar. Será que vou conseguir fazer 5x5? Misericórdia, que tiro. Foi. O cara do 360 no MM. Porra, salve, pelo amor de Deus.
Press play. You know I feel the same way. Something crawling under the surface. Snap your fingers, we'll go there. We can find your inner furnace. Keep racing to the mantra. Don't stop, get what you're after. No rush to find an answer. Let it all out. Stay moving as the beat goes. Feel free and let the rain fall. No need to know tomorrow.
Você não mirou de disputada, tá? Igual a Nuke. Ah, não. Viu o mercado, trocou de ano. Boa. Conseguiram segurar o ponto. Vai pro 10, 7 a 10, será? Até a 10. É esse carro não? Mata pombo cantou, né? Pô, irmão. Parece até meu amigo Danzo fazendo smoke e marotando nela. Vamos pros 9 a 10. Desculpa. FURIA. Espaço. Vamos para 10 a 10, hein? Temos um retorno da Fly. Três a 10, né? O jogo está aberto. É, a Riri tá treinando Prediction. Olho. Meu Deus do céu. Tava pra trocar ideia, né? Mais uma vez, quem fizer o 12 aqui pode garantir o terceiro, hein? No terceiro. Garantiu. Tá no round a Supernova. Vamos ver se vai finalizar agora. Chega quase 8 horas de live. O campeonato que agora passam rápido, mas é cansativo, meu irmão. Apesar que eu não falo muito, mas ficar tipo, o coração tá na cadeira. Supernova vai finalizar esse mapa e conquistar o 2-0 na série. Surpreendente se tiver pelo menos pra mim, né? Esperava uma Fly 2-0. É isso, meus amigos. Por hoje é só. Valeu que acompanha a live, vou gankar uma amiga minha aqui.